White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt weighed in today.
Admiral Bradley worked well within his authority and the law, directing the engagement to ensure the boat was totally destroyed and the threat to the narco-terrorists to the United States was eliminated.
She also said Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth spoke with some lawmakers over the weekend. There is a top meeting later, as Weijia Jiang reports.
The president is scheduled to meet with his top aides, military aides, senior administration officials to continue the conversation about options in Venezuela.
Leavitt also spoke about the administration's crackdown on immigration following the shootings of 2 National Guard members in Washington last week.
We have paused all asylum adjudications, and then, of course, the special immigrant visas, which we know many Afghans utilize to come into the country under the Biden administration, have also now been paused.
CBS's Nicole Scanga reports there were some warning signs that the suspect from Afghanistan was suffering from some mental health issues.
He had applied for asylum in December of 2024, and he was approved roughly 4 months later under the Trump administration this past April, despite some of these warning signs that surfaced nearly a year prior from Washington state caseworkers. Now, those warning signs now sit at the center of this investigation. They sort of beg the question, did anyone on the inside of the U.S. immigration system know?
A caseworker said he often isolated himself in a dark room and had trouble holding a job. You can blame the weather for the latest travel headaches across many parts of the northern U.S. Meteorologist Kate Bilo.
Today, the worst of the travel issues will be Chicago down toward Wichita. Temperatures are below freezing. We've got falling snow, several inches expected.
And Christopher Cruz reports it'll soon cost you if you show up at the airport without a real ID.
TSA agents have been allowing passengers who don't present a real ID-compliant driver's license or state ID, passport, or other acceptable document to fly if they're able to confirm their ID using an alternative identity verification system. Beginning February 1st, the TSA Confirm.ID process will cost $45 and will last just 10 days. TSA says more than 94% of passengers now use their real ID or other acceptable forms of identification. Christopher Cruz, CBS News, Washington.
Checking the numbers on Wall Street at this hour, stocks are lower. The Dow Jones Industrials off 362 points. The Nasdaq off by 111. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Oil investments involve a high degree of uncertainty and are only suitable for accredited investors. Actual results may vary.
Drill, baby, drill. President Trump has declared a national energy emergency and is making the U.S. oil industry a priority with support for our hardworking oil and gas industry. If you are an SEC-accredited investor and qualified to make at least a $100,000 investment, you can deduct nearly 100% of your investment for this tax year. Call 800-696-5531 now and connect directly to Encore Energy. Encore is a major investor and experienced horizontal well operator in its core area of operations. Don't wait. The clock is ticking and time is running out for this write-off for 2025. Call Encore Energy now at 800-696-5531 and find out how your investment will be tax deductible for 2025 with the potential for lucrative cash flow for years to come. Call 800-696-5531. That's 800-696-5531.
A popular weight loss injectable has just gotten more affordable, as Deborah Rodriguez reports.
Eli Lilly says it's lowering the cash price of a single lower-dose vial of Zepbound from $349 a month to $299 online. The list price is more than $1,000. The decrease comes just weeks after President Trump signed deals with both Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk to make their GLP-1 drugs more affordable and easier to get a hold of. Lilly's agreement also calls for lowering the price of Zepbound pre-filled vials once it wins FDA approval. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
The word of the year, according to the Oxford University Press, is actually 2 words: rage bait. The phrase refers to online content that's deliberately designed to elicit anger in order to drive more traffic to a particular account. Past winners include podcast. I'm Cammie McCormick, CBS News.
A KFC tale in the pursuit of flavor. The holidays were tricky for the Colonel. He loved people, but he also loved peace and quiet. So he cooked up KFC's $4.99 chicken pot pie. Warm, flaky, with savory sauce and vegetables. It's a tender, chicken-filled excuse to get some time to yourself and step away from decking the halls, whatever that means. The Colonel lived so we could chicken. KFC's Chicken Pot Pie, the best $4.99 you'll spend this season.
Prices and participation may vary while supplies last. Taxes, tips, and fees extra.
Selling your home, it's one of the biggest financial decisions you'll ever make. You could go it alone, trying to navigate market trends, determine fair pricing, and tackle tricky negotiations on your own. You could second-guess every decision, wondering if you're doing it right. Then there's the showings, the offers, and the mountain of paperwork. Or you could work with the expertise of a realtor, here to guide and help protect as you make your next big move. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
Hafa Adai at Wave 105 FM. We want to talk. We want to talk about the things that are important to our island and our community, and we want to talk with you. If you want to join the conversation, if you want to chime in, we welcome it. We welcome all points of view, all thoughts, all perspectives. Call or WhatsApp us at 671-922-1051. If that line is busy, then call us at 922-1052. This is Talk for Everyone. Thanks for listening to Wave 105 FM, the Talk of Guam. Indeed it is, the Talk of Guam, Wave 105 FM, Hafa Adai, Guam. Good morning, everyone. It is a Tuesday, December 2nd, here on the Wave 105 FM, 6 minutes after 6 o'clock in the morning. You are tuned in to Mornings with Patti. We are streaming online at thewave105.com, as well as our YouTube channel. That's Wave 105.1 FM Guam. Our studio lines are at 671-922-1051 or 1052. Mornings with Patti is being brought to you by Chili's Grill and Bar, Patch Tinting and Detailing. Call 647-SLAM. The Medical City, where patients are partners. Code 1 Law Enforcement Store, Guam's one-stop shop for law enforcement gear, tactical tools, uniforms, and equipment. You name it, they've got it. At Code 1, gear up and stay ready. Subway, eat fresh. Order online at subwaypacific.com. Take Care Insurance Company, our island, your health plan. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots. Visit bankpacific.com today. Wise Owl, the wise choice in animal care. GTA, we start with you, and the Hyatt Regency Guam. We have your local headlines for you right now. This is Skylar Obispo from the Marianas Business Journal and the Guam Business Magazine, all being brought to you by our friends at McDonald's. I'm loving it.
Buenas and Hafa Adai. Here is the latest from the Marianas Business Journal. United Airlines has unveiled its newly remodeled check-in lobby at the AB Wonpat International Airport. The airline held a ribbon-cutting ceremony yesterday to showcase the redesigned space, which now mirrors the look and feel of United's major hubs like in San Francisco and in Los Angeles. The upgraded lobby features new ceilings, floorings, and branding, as well as a revamped layout that includes both self-service and assisted services zones. New kiosks allow travelers to access the same check-in features they'd find on the United app or website. United officials say the new system is also faster. Sam Shinohara, Managing Director of Airport Operations for Asia and the Pacific, says the technology performs about 50% quicker than before. The lobby was tested over the Thanksgiving holiday, and United reports a noticeable improvement in efficiency. More improvements are coming next year when United begins replacing its Guam fleet with the retrofitted Boeing 737 MAX 8 aircraft. The first plane arrives in February 2026. Despite slower visitor arrivals, tourism and airport officials say United remains essential to the island's recovery, calling it Guam's hometown carrier. In more news, the Guam Police Department is conducting an investigation of a body of an unknown male that was found yesterday morning. According to GBD spokesperson Norman Analista, the body was found behind Zonia Gym at around 10:36 a.m. yesterday. Analista said there's no additional releasable information at this time, but will provide updates as it comes in. Reporting for the Marianas Business Journal, the Wave 105 and Power 98, I'm Skylar Obispo.
Hafa Adai, this is Paul Stanko from your National Weather Service for Tuesday. Isolated showers will continue through Thursday, then could briefly pick up but are expected to be isolated again for the weekend. There will be a high risk of rip currents and hazardous surf today along north reefs, and a moderate risk through Wednesday for south and west facing reefs, while the risk will be high through Wednesday for east facing reefs. The fire danger is once again low after the rain the past couple days, at least for now. The latest weather information can always be found at www.weather.gov/GUM.
Federal and U.S. postal employees and annuitants. It's time for you to choose your health plan for the coming year. Pick the health plan that offers you more choices for you and your family. Choose from an on-island network including GMH, GRMC, STA, IHP, AMC, GRC, the FHP Health Center, as well as off-island providers throughout Asia, the U.S., and Hawaii. For yourself and your family, choose Take Care during federal open season from November 10th to December 8th. Take Care, our island, your health plan.
Are you planning a trip to the Philippines? Why not come back feeling healthier and more rejuvenated? At the Medical City, we offer world-class healthcare services, including comprehensive executive checkups and top-tier aesthetic treatments for as low as $530. Imagine lounging on white sandy beaches, shopping at top-tier shopping centers, and indulging in premium healthcare all in one vacation. Book your getaway now and experience the best of both worlds. The Medical City, your trusted partner in health.
This holiday season, Subway turns up the crave with the limited time festive flavors collection. A lineup of 3 bold sub rings in beloved holiday flavors in handhelds with Subway's extra festive stuffing and cranberry sauce. Take a bite on the wild side with the Tur Hampton, oven roasted turkey, ham, tender rotisserie style chicken layered with Monterey cheddar, herb stuffing, onion, sweet cranberry sauce, and mayo. Served on hearty multigrain bread. Or set the Friendsgiving feast abuzz with the festive turkey and the festive chicken. Put a fresh twist on holiday feasting. Only at Subway. Eat fresh, feel good.
Get double the speed at zero extra cost with GTA Fiber. Experience super fast and reliable fiber internet speeds, now starting at 200 Mbps to 1 gig, with upload speeds just as fast as download speeds and 100 times faster than cable internet. You can enjoy lag-free gaming and clear video calls. Fast is also affordable. Sign up for Fiber 200 for only $70 a month. Visit gta.net or call 644-4482. Terms and conditions apply.
6 o'clock to 8 o'clock every Friday evening. Join Rand and Jenny Kaufman for The Edge of Heaven, a talk show to take you to the 5th dimension where you find out who you are. What is the purpose of your life? How can your purpose be fulfilled? What motivates you to do what you do? What are you searching for? What keeps you going in your day-to-day life? What is real? Why do you care? Why do you work? Why do you love? Sponsored by Burger King, Jay Goodman, and Asmujao Community School.
Attention high school students. It's time to bust a move and bring the heat with the Power 98 Step Up Challenge. Show off your best dance moves, rep your school, and get ready to shine on the longest running video competition on the island. This year, the competition expands from senior classes to all clubs in every high school on Guam. Submit your video, get featured, and let the island see what you've got. Are you ready to step up and dance your way to the spotlight and big money prizes for your class or club? If you're down and want more information, email me at hbs@glimpsesofguam.com. The Power 98 Step Up Challenge is presented by Kenya Shopping Center, Bank of Guam, and sponsored by Domino's Pizza.
This holiday season, Chili's is making celebrations easier and tastier. Every platter you order comes with a free chips and salsa appetizer. Whether you're hosting a party or just craving bold flavors, Chili's has got you covered. Only at Chili's. Great value and memories happen here.
Is your child having difficulty walking, talking, playing and learning like other children? As parents, we ask ourselves, what should I be doing? If you are worried about your child's development, the Guam Early Learning Council is here to help. Simply dial 311 Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., excluding holidays, to get resources and valuable information. This early childhood ad is made possible through funding of the Administration for Children and Families via the Guam Department of Public Health and Social Services, Division of Children's Wellness.
Jingle jangle everything. Happy holidays from Wave 105 FM.
I thought it was a Christmas jingle at first.
Yeah, it is. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays, Patti. Good morning.
I think I said that so many times this past week, you know, that it just hasn't really rung through with some people. I think they think they get stalled.
Oh, okay.
A little startled that it's like, wait, what? What?
I gotcha.
And then it didn't start becoming like a acceptable greeting until December 1st.
Oh, okay.
When it was like, okay, we're in December.
We're in December.
So this apparently, I think people are waiting for December. It's going to be a long one.
Yes.
The season's going to be a long one.
Woohoo!
Are you broke yet?
No, I'm
excited.
I love the holidays.
Oh, yeah. So do I, but are you broke yet?
No, I'm not broke yet. No.
That's a good sign.
It was Cyber Monday just yesterday.
Oh, forgot about that one.
Right, yeah.
What did you buy?
Software. Lots of software, subscriptions, paying for that. And it was all on sale yesterday. So for all of you, software lovers, technology fans, tech-savvy individuals.
Like, what are you talking about, like game stuff?
No. We're looking at like AI and production software and things like that. So that was really cool.
Okay. Well,
cheaper
well
subscriptions.
done.
I think pricey. Patti, Adobe is about $3.5 a quarter. $3.5. Okay, I'm gonna start putting your name down as a co-signer pretty soon. Look, $3.5 a quarter, Patti. That's just for Adobe Audition. It's crazy.
Why do you need it?
For
production.
Production,
Yeah.
right. Yeah.
Oh, you want the best stuff so that the listener is going to get the full experience of audio, like you're in their ear.
The creme de la creme. That's what we're going for. You know what I mean?
I'm down for the creme de la creme. That's my thing.
Okay. Yeah. So it's pretty pricey, but thank God for Cyber Monday. Cut that down a little bit. Yeah. So me and Skylar Obispo, I was like, all right, paper rock scissors. Okay, I'll do the first quarter.
Who's
right.
Oh, okay.
Come on, Skylar. We're gonna paper rock scissors. You pay for the first quarter, and then I'll go 50 on the next. Reese is doing the third quarter.
Oh, you guys are plus interest, right?
Yeah,
Plus
that's
the
how
interest.
we're doing it. Welcome back,
say hi
Patti.
to
You look
Tia.
great.
Oh, thanks. Say hi to Tia.
Hi, Tia.
She can't hear.
Oh, okay.
We're on the air, Tia. I actually called you when I was leaving the garage, as I normally do, but you haven't answered your phone in 3 days, so bye.
You're still tracking your kids, Patti. We're watching
you
you on
wouldn't even believe
Facebook.
it. Tia and I, were you tracking Sean T?
Yeah, I was.
Sean was on the road for 12 hours yesterday from Las Vegas up to the seminary, and I was stalking him.
I saw that.
Like every hour, I was like talking to him, like, "You good, buddy? Everything okay? Do you need anything? Gas, food, or anything?" He's like, he kept saying 2-word answers. Good. I'm good.
That's so cute.
Thank you.
One word.
One word.
And
2
your
words.
heart is racing.
I'm just glad he's answering.
I love that.
I don't know about you, Tia, but when you guys travel these long distances, Tia's in Nevada, by the way.
Got it.
When you guys travel these long distances, whenever you stop on a main highway or a main freeway where there's no intersections of street lights or anything, stoplights, I always think that you're pulled over on the side of the road and someone is attempting to kidnap you. Is that too much?
Oh, yeah. No. Well, yesterday it was like the battle of who was going to get home first, because I was tracking your flight and then I was tracking Sean, and I was like, everyone just needs to go home so I can relax.
That's exactly what I said. That's what I told you the other day when you said Sean's driving and he isn't awake yet. I was like, is he trying to kill me right now? Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, my flight.
Well, we're buying his plane ticket because Jesse's like, we're not doing this again.
I know. For Sean to come home for Christmas, like next week.
Yeah. Next week, Friday.
He'll be done. Oh my God, that's so good to hear. Well, yeah, his ticket must be purchased. There's no way I'm going to watch that go down again. I haven't talked to him since. Because it was like 1:00 in the morning, I think, when he got back to the seminary. So, yeah, travel mercies. Yeah. No. Okay. Are you okay? Because I'm on the radio and I just.
Oh, you're on the radio.
Yeah, I'm on the radio. So thanks for not cussing. But all right, I'll call you when I'm done. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Do you mind answering your phone? On the first ring, like I do when you call.
Well, I was dealing with 8 fire trucks at my apartment, so we.
Oh, at work.
Busy.
At work.
Yeah.
Oh.
At work.
Was there any fires, or you're good?
Just some smoke and plastic burning coming from the vents, but other than that.
Oh, okay. Just a normal day.
Yeah.
Just a great
normal
day.
Monday.
Yeah. All right. Well, I love you. I'll talk to you soon.
Okay, love you too.
Okay, bye. I didn't even know that she was at work.
Love it. Just a regular day at the office.
I guess so. She manages
right
this
on.
complex of condominiums. They're like these upscale condominiums.
Right
Well, I don't know if they're upscale but there's like swimming pools and there's like gyms. They have like a speakeasy. They've got rooftop barbecue things. They've got a room for just virtual golf. They've got like 2 gyms.
Get it?
Yeah, it's a huge complex. And there's, who lives there mostly predominantly?
What do you got?
Strippers.
Oh, okay. Oh,
so there's always action. She's like, you are not going to believe. Yeah, there's a lot of strippers. There's a Chamorro couple who lives there in the unit, and they bring them like things during the holidays. Like the
what do you bring strippers during the holidays?
No.
Okay.
The Chamorro couple. Sorry.
Okay. I'm like, wait, what?
Yeah, this Chamorro couple in this building is just the Monumku, and they know that Tia and her boss Liz Tyrone is her name. They're besties now because they're the only Chamorros within 2 feet.
That radius?
Within that 2 feet radius. Anyway, so they because they know these 2 girls are Chamorro.
Got it.
They bring them empanada, buchi. They whatever they're cooking something, they bring it in a little thing. It's really sweet. It's like Chamorros taking care of Chamorros.
I love being an islander.
Bruh,
this is the come on, dude.
What's really, really cool?
Go for it.
And I just admire the fact that you can coexist in both Saipan and in Guam.
Okay.
Because the Saipanese people have like an extra gene of the Hafa Adai spirit. They have the extra, there's an extra something. There's a great humility.
Really?
And there's a great respect for elders. There is just a lot of thinking of other people.
I'm just going to interrupt you. Saipan people spank a little harder.
Okay,
let me just...
Then don't cross the line, I guess.
Look, our grandparents spank us a little harder back home, okay? So,
it's all that angst from being so nice all the time.
It's like we were trained, Marine style.
God.
So,
Oh, my God.
Yeah, we had Marine style upbringing. So, it was Marine style upbringing.
So first of all, just getting there. Kudos to Governor Leon Guerrero, who yesterday, when they opened up the new kiosks at United, said United needs to put up more flights between Guam and Saipan. And I know that she probably was feeling that when she I didn't run into her, but she was at the funeral for Diego Benavente.
She had us crying. I was like, that's our governor. Thank you, governor. But I'm not going to cry, but thank you, governor.
It was really
a
something.
great speech.
Yeah, it was really something.
I know she wrote that herself.
She had to. It had to come from the heart.
It wasn't a
Chat
GPT thing. I felt that one. Great job, governor. I love that.
But she wasn't wrong in the whole, we need more flights. Once you get there, there's no turnaround time for you. You have to stay overnight. That's just, there's a flight a day. And recently they added like 3 days out of the week. One of the flight attendants told me this. Like out of 3 days of the week, the flight there leaves at 6 o'clock, so that the people coming up from the north can hit that Hawaii flight.
Got you.
Or whatever, they can hit the Hawaii flight or any flight that is leaving to through Asia or the Philippines. They want to be able to hit these flights so that for these connections, so Guam becomes this connector, right? So you either have to stay the whole. You do have to stay the whole day, and then part of the next day. But it's not like it's exhausting. It's a great place to just hang out and rest if that's what you want. But the people there, from the moment you get off the plane and you're meeting up with customs, they're just they give you the spirit. Everybody's saying, good morning. Everybody's just at the airport. That's just at the airport.
Love it.
And then just regular folks that you encounter are just the kindest people, right? Really, really sweet. It was really, and that lends. I had gone there to accompany somebody who was going, because I did not know the late lieutenant governor at all.
Okay.
And I was accompanying somebody who was going because she was going. I thought, well, maybe I'll do the same thing. I'll just go.
Yeah.
And so when I'd gone, part of it was obviously we took up Saturday. We took up the funeral part of it. That was just really, there were so many people from Guam who showed up at that. I saw more Chamorros.
Sure.
Guamanians. I saw more Guamanians on Saturday and Sunday than I normally run to on Guam. People that I know. Oh, yeah. It was like, hey, where'd you come from? And then you kind of reconnect with these relationships that you might see each other through work functions or through other social functions, but, sort of to catch up with the hour and a half that you're waiting at the airport, just stuff like that, or meet them in a store or whatever, and then you sit down and have a nice convo. And that's always really cool to connect with other people that are doing the same thing. But kudos to Saipan. I mean, just the whole vibe. This is the second time I've gone this year, like literally 3 months apart, and I feel like it's just going to be like one of those frequent trips that
we got to give you guys another reason to go to Saipan. Y'all been flying back and forth for like 11 funerals. Come on,
God,
guys.
I tell you,
we got to give you guys another reason.
Yeah,
to
this
go to
is
our
so
island.
true. Thank you for that.
Yeah, it's getting kind of expensive. Yeah, for all the family members. Come on, guys. For anybody that needs to go to the hospital anytime soon, we need a heads up because we're going broke with all these funerals. They are quite pricey, and they're like neck and neck. We need some space.
Yeah,
in between
really,
us.
funeral / shopping trips.
Expensive.
Yeah.
Good Lord.
I know.
Take better care of your health, please, for the next year at least. Guys.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Funerals are
But I got to tell you, Saipan is looking beautiful. It's pretty. There's just Clara and I were, in the car and just commenting that, everything, the houses, they're really cleaned up. Even if you have a home that is like maybe, generations old.
Yeah,
and,
on.
there's still pride in the land. There's still a lot of pride in the property that is owned by folks who've been living in these houses for a long time. And these yards are lots. You know what I mean? They're not like little front yards, a little lawn in the front with some flower. Brah, we're talking like a full-on housing development of lots. That's just for like one home is currently being built there.
Family compounds, yes.
Family compounds.
And
I went to a few of them. And my cousin Patrick built this home on a piece of land, don't ask me where, near the airport. Beautiful house, and had a lot of these really cool, different ideas for construction or for renovation. And these were things that they sourced, locally. So that was pretty cool. Nothing over the top. It wasn't, but it's just, weatherproof type windows that are tinted to block out the beating sun.
Yes.
And there's a lot of that.
Right.
And, the air conditioning is like, I walked into the house and it was like 78 degrees. But 78 degrees was absolutely comfortable because all of the windows were tinted.
Every house on Saipan, 78, yeah.
78. It was really nice. But go outside, it's like 98. Yeah, it's pretty hot.
It can get hot out there.
You don't see a lot of stray dogs.
No.
You don't see a lot of trash, especially in these parts, definitely in these areas. You think it's just, because it's a tourist district and they just they keep places clean. No, it's not. It's not that at all. Deeper into the middle of the island, you start to see that there are far more homes, but people are still keeping up their lawns. I don't know if it's like island shame. If you pass somebody's house, you're like, hey, my God, how many abandoned vehicles and stray dogs can you have? It's always a pleasure to go there, and the food is ridiculous. Yes. We were invited to I don't know if I want to use names here, but why not? Bertha and Patrick and Leon Grow. That's Cara's brother and sister-in-law. We went there, and so you know who was there? Her relatives from Guam.
Love that.
So it was really cool. Like people, Maria Pangilinan. Maria and I talk to each other only on the phone for election stuff. Right? She's relative of everybody's related. Anyway, so I come into this. All these Chamorros are in there. All these Guamanians, not Chamorros. All these Guamanians are there, and we're. And somebody said to me, did you, and there's some other thing, there's a tulai here, there's, this, there's that. And then over here, there's, finihi. I'm like, well, I'm sorry.
Oh, there we go.
I thought there was like fatata, right? And she's just like, no, there's some finihi. I go, wait, I have not seen finihi on a table in decades for pretty much the majority of my life. But
I told you.
Finihi is a thing.
It's a thing. That's why we got like fruit bat. Shh, whisper. Sorry, whisper.
Is that illegal over there too?
I don't know what the rules are.
I don't think so, because
I don't know what the fruit bat
God,
rules
please don't tell me I just outed
don't
people.
know.
Oh my God,
I don't know
Patty,
what the
shut your
rules
mouth.
are.
Well, it wasn't that house anyway.
Yeah,
it was
all
at
the
another.
rules are
It was
different.
another house.
Yeah. Okay.
That
Turtle
went to.
for sure is off limits.
Oh
but
yeah, I
I'm
didn't
not
see
too,
that.
Yeah, I'm not too sure.
So
about
so
that.
the fanihi,
Yes.
I was like, oh, I wanted to have some because
Okay.
then I just like, I don't know, man. I better not. I better
Okay.
not. I didn't know if it was okay.
All
Anyway.
right.
I've never had it. My grandfather, this is before it was illegal on Guam, right?
It
my
doesn't
grandfather,
taste like chicken.
and it doesn't smell like
Chicken.
anything you really want to eat.
Wow.
Because it's very gamey.
Oh my God.
The meat looks like it comes off a chicken, but do you like it?
I do actually.
Okay.
I do.
I remember the smell was very pungent
Okay.
growing up when it
All
was
right.
being boiled on the stove, and then it's presented in
can
the
be.
fur and everything in a pot.
Oh yeah.
And it's
The
like
process is some funk.
well,
process
you
is
got to rip.
funk.
You know what? When people are eating these kinds of foods, these are foods that are indigenous to their culture, right?
Yes.
And it hasn't been, until whatever recent modern day where they started trying to protect these species that they became off limits. So that just sort of people were denied the ability to eat these foods that they had long been in their culture, in their people. So I'm assuming it's sort of a rarity, and that when it's there, you partake because these are the foods of your ancestors, right? And so when I opened up the pot, it wasn't a pot, it was a bowl. When I opened up the bowl, I didn't see any remnants of anything. It's just a whole lot of coconut milk kadu, right?
Got you.
And I was tempted. I got to say I was pretty tempted. But I have a little bit of PTSD over that.
Oh, got you.
I was a little
Following.
girl, and I must have been about 6 or 7 years old. And Tata made some fanihi or Nana, whoever. It was on the table in a pot, and it was at Nana's house in Aganya. And me and my first cousins were all kind of sitting around. Maybe my sister was there, and the pot was in the center of the table. Tata had already gone in to take a nap, so it was just us kids, and we were all like elementary to middle school students that were sitting there, with this pot. So I take the fanihi head, and I stuck my hands in there trying to make it talk.
Wow. Okay, you're playing puppeteer.
I was playing
Get
puppeteer
it,
with the
Patty.
prize fanihi.
Really?
My grandfather woke up from his nap and saw me out there doing this to this fruit bat. And I think that in the family, somebody had said, it might have been one of the nuns who said he's never been a spanker.
Wow.
But I think he kind of swatted me on my hand. It was just really disrespectful. I learned a lesson that day because, I know he never got upset. I've never seen him upset. I've never even seen him spank anybody. So, if there was a grandchild to be spanked, it probably was likely to be me. So now I've got a little PTSD over not, for fanihi. I just have such great respect for it. Anyway, who am I talking to?
Oh, we got Joe on line
Okay,
one.
Joe. Hey, Hafa Adai, Joe.
Hafa Adai, Patti. Well, I'm glad you experienced Saipan. I was on a plane with you coming back, and I was with the governor going out there last Friday for the funeral.
Oh, okay.
But
yeah.
with the governor saying that, the United needs more flights in between, that's great, but the governor should also ask to lower the rates. I mean, people from all our islands need to be able to fly around, visit family, and see the different families out there and here. But it makes it very hard when you're paying ridiculous prices through United.
Yeah. It's very costly, and you're absolutely right that we're trying to bridge in just a 30-minute flight away, bridge families together, and you have to plan for it in such great timing is one thing, but cost, it should never be that way, right? Just around the corner kind of thing. It should never be that. I don't know what goes into the costs of, flying an airplane back and forth, but you're absolutely right that there's got to be a little bit of a brief. Hadn't the prices gone down anyway from like $500 a pop?
Well, here's the thing, Patti, that you brought it up, $500. If you go onto United website, and this is what I cannot understand, why United has or does this, but if you go onto United's regular website and you punch in Guam to Saipan or vice versa, it comes out to $584. But if you go to the United website and go to the top where it says U.S. dollars, and you press that drop-down box, and you search CNMI dollars, it comes down to $306.
You know, United has this, every once in a while they have a pop-up. They have a pop-up sale between these two. I remember Sam Shinohara addressing the Guam Hotel and Restaurant Association, that they, GHRA, it was last year sometime, where he was talking about you could sometimes look at on the app, and they have an icon there that if you're a frequent traveler between Saipan and Guam, like as in business, people do a lot of business back and forth, they have a rate. But I don't know if I seem to remember him saying it's kind of like a flash sale, if you will. And when you catch those are the best. But to your point, it's really expensive. What did you?
Yeah.
Can I ask you what your flight? How much you paid for your ticket?
I paid $306.
Okay, all right. That's round trip $306.
Yes, and before we could go to Saipan for $99.
Yeah, another one of those. These flash sales are. Man.
But it's to the point, why is it that there's two different prices from United? Regular United website, just like you're searching any flight around the world, it pops up as $600. That threw a lot of my family members off of not wanting to go to our relative's funeral. But then when they tell me that, I'm not going because it's $600, and then I tell them, well, you got to do like this on the website. Then like, oh, wow. And then come to find out, all the flights are booked by that time.
Mm-hmm. Man,
yeah, we saw you on the plane, and you had a very nice group with you, and I'm glad you guys were able to go out of my uncle's funeral.
Oh,
Thank you very much.
Yeah, sure. Where were you sitting, by the way?
I was sitting in behind you, and then you guys sat with other guys from Guam that we were out there with.
Oh, yeah. Everybody was from Guam on that plane coming back for sure. But, well, anyway, it's good. I wish you had said something. I would have liked to see who you were.
Yeah, well, you were too busy. Too many people were going up to you, even at the airport, so I didn't want to disturb you.
Oh, silly. All right, Joe. Hey, take care, brother. It's nice to talk to you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Okay.
I think everybody knows. It's like old home week when you get to the airport. It's just like everybody knows each other. You know who was on that flight, too? And I forgot to go stalk her. Nettie C was on that plane.
Oh, love her.
I saw her in line. Oh. I saw her in line, but I didn't. I
love Nettie.
I think I might have been too mamalo to go up and say. I don't know. It's like when you're a celebrity like that and people know you. I'm pretty sure that she just it's like, God, okay, hello, fan.
She's very chill, very down to earth.
Oh yeah, she seems that way, but I just don't. When people are like that when there's fame behind them, and then you're like another random person that walks up to say something. It's I don't know. Maybe she feels like, get out of my face.
Not at all. She would love it if you stopped by, man. Show some love.
Well, she doesn't know me like she knows.
You'd be amazed. You'd be surprised. You would be surprised at how many people actually know you, Patti.
Okay,
I use your name on the regular. I mean,
well, that's funny because I use yours.
I'm getting discounts.
I use yours,
Patti.
and I get stuff for free. What are you talking about? I'm like, this is for Dice. I even sometimes have to fib. And like,
Quit,
this is for Dice. And they're like, no, this is for you.
Get on my nerves. Get on my nerves. I love you.
It's early. It has to happen. It's 6:37. Let's go ahead and take a break. We've got some headlines with Skylar and some Dice traffic, which you'll need today on this Tuesday, December 2nd. We'll be right back.
Are you planning a trip to the Philippines? Why not come back feeling healthier and more rejuvenated? At the Medical City, we offer world-class healthcare services, including comprehensive executive checkups and top-tier aesthetic treatments for as low as $530. Imagine lounging on white sandy beaches, shopping at top-tier shopping centers, and indulging in premium healthcare all in one vacation. Book your getaway now and experience the best of both worlds. The Medical City, your trusted partner in health.
Hafa Adai, si Pauly Suba. Don't forget to catch the Brightside every weekday afternoon from 2 to 6 on Wave 105. From big laughs to big issues, if it's happening on island, we're breaking it down with island leaders, business owners, and you. Take a break from all of that shade and join the Brightside on Wave 105.
Hafa Adai, Guam. Good morning, guys, and welcome back. Mornings with Patti right here on the Wave 105 FM. Celebrate the holidays at the Hyatt Regency Guam. Gingerbread housewarming and tree lighting celebration. The Hyatt Regency Guam is inviting the community to embrace the magic of the season at our gingerbread housewarming and tree lighting ceremony. It will be at 5 p.m. This year's celebration begins on December 2nd. It is a festive tradition that brings families and friends all together for an unforgettable evening of holiday cheer. Join us for the gingerbread housewarming and tree lighting ceremony. It will be at the Hyatt Regency Guam. Your local headlines for you right now. This is Skylar Obispo from the Marianas Business Journal and the Guam Business Magazine. It's all brought to you by McDonald's. I'm loving it.
Buenas and Hafa Adai. Here is the latest from the Marianas Business Journal. The Guam Police Department is asking for the community's help after a fatal hit and run on Route 14 near Hornet Sports in Tamuning early Saturday morning. The crash killed 30-year-old bicyclist John Carlos Daniel Yanko Haas. The case remains an open investigation, and GPD says no further details can be released at this time. This is the island's 18th traffic fatality this year. Police are also urging the public to stay alert on the roads, especially during the holiday season. The Guam Highway Patrol Division recently conducted a DWI checkpoint on November 28th and reminds drivers to celebrate responsibly, use designated drivers, and avoid distractions like cell phones. With heavier shopping traffic, motorists are asked to buckle up, practice patience, and give themselves extra travel time. Anyone who saw the crash or knows an eyewitness should call GPD Dispatch at 475-8615 through 8617. In more news, lawmakers opened Monday's session with a heated debate over Bill 4938, a measure to expand Guam's only public cemetery, Tiguac. Author of the bill, Senator Tina Muñoz Barnes, said the expansion is urgent with only a handful of burial plots left, and many families are unable to afford private cemeteries. But others raise concerns about DPR's poor maintenance and lack of a clear plan, and whether the agency can responsibly manage 11 new acres. After back and forth over land ownership, crib construction, and accountability, senators adopted several amendments, including requiring a master plan. The bill was moved to the third reading file as amended. Reporting for the Marianas Business Journal, the Wave 105 and Power 98, I'm Skylar Obispo.
Guam, get ready to dance! The first ever Guam International Dance Festival is happening December 5th through the 7th. Get hyped for dance groups from Japan, Taiwan, Malaysia, Korea, and amazing local talent from right here on Guam. They'll compete in 2 categories, cultural and contemporary, showcasing the artistry of Guam and the Asia region. Plus celebrity judges, master workshops, and a special performance by K-pop dance sensation Enfer. For more details, check out visitguam.com and follow Visit Guam on social media. Guam International Dance Festival is a GVB signature event.
Hafa Adai, everyone. Good morning and welcome back. Let's go ahead and hit the streets right now for your first look at this morning's Real Deal Traffic Report, brought to you by Guam Auto Spot, where you could schedule a test drive simply by calling 478-AUTO or check out our inventory, which is available on our website at guamautospot.com. We're looking at Route 4 on the southern end, up and around Malesu, Humatak, Inalahan, Malolo, Telefofu, Hagen. It looks like traffic is moving nice and smooth. No delays along Route 2 this morning. Changing up just a tad bit for those of you trying to get into the Naval Station or up and around Patti this morning. We do have a little delay there. Nimitz Hill traffic is nice and smooth. Hagatna, no delays getting through Hagatna, as well as Ordot this morning. Traffic on Route 8 is light this morning, as well as Tamuning. You're going to have some smooth sailing on that end. But we would like to remind all the motorists to please watch your speed limit this morning. Let's try not to have any distractions. Let's make sure our eyes are on the roads, not on the phones. No texting and driving on the streets of Guam. Ensure that your seatbelts are fastened and that our kids are strapped safely in the proper booster and car seats. This is your Real Deal Traffic Report here on the Wave 105 FM, and it's all being brought to you by Guam Auto Spot and mobile gas stations.
Anything's possible. I push to the limits. I climb every wall. I keep on believing. Anything's possible.
If there's one thing we've learned, it's never to underestimate the spirit and strength of the people of our island home. Which is why at Bank of Hawaii, you, your dreams, and your possibilities will always have a home. Reach your possible with Bank of Hawaii. Member FDIC.
Let's boogie at the Guam International Dance Festival from December 5th through the 7th with over 20 competing dance groups from Japan, Taiwan, Malaysia, Korea, and Guam. The festival features 2 competition categories, cultural and contemporary, showcasing diversity, movement, and artistry from Guam and across the region. Plus, celebrity judges, master classes, and a special performance by K-pop dance sensation Enfer. You don't want to miss this one. Details at visitguam.com and follow Visit Guam on socials. Guam International Dance Festival is a GVB signature event.
Experience the taste of authentic flavors at Majesty Restaurant. Open now at the Royal Orchid Hotel lobby level. Join us for lunch from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. and dinner from 5 o'clock p.m. till 9:30 p.m. Majesty Restaurant now open in the Royal Orchid Hotel.
Parents, did you know that if your baby has a hearing problem, their speech and language can be affected? In fact, babies with hearing problems may have trouble learning and communicating their needs. If you are concerned about your baby's hearing, call 311 Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. excluding holidays for resources and information. This early childhood ad is made possible through funding of the Administration for Children and Families via the Guam Department of Public Health and Social Services, Division of Children's Watch.
Celebrate the season with Subway's limited time festive flavors collection. Sink your teeth into the meat-loaded terhamkin, festive turkey, or festive chicken. Want to dial up your holiday flavors? Add cranberry sauce or stuffing to any sub for just $1 more. Happy feasting only at Subway. Eat fresh, feel good.
Attention high school students. It's time to bust a move and bring the heat with the Power 98 Step Up Challenge. Show off your best dance moves, rep your school, and get ready to shine on the longest running video competition on the island. This year, the competition expands from senior classes to all clubs in every high school on Guam. Submit your video, get featured, and let the island see what you've got. Are you ready to step up and dance your way to the spotlight and big money prizes for your class or club? If you're down and want more information, email me at hbs@glimpsesofguam.com. The Power 98 Step Up Challenge is presented by Kenya Shopping Center, Bank of Guam, and sponsored by Domino's Pizza.
Pat's Tinting and Detailing offers premier services from complete interior cleaning and VIP detailing. And to keep you cool, Pat's also offers factory, ceramic, blacked out, and base-approved auto tinting. For more information, call 647-SLAM.
Every company needs money for investments to help grow our working capital to take on today's economy. That's why Bank Pacific's commercial loan officers stand ready to help you. We offer several programs tailored to assist companies to get to the next step, or perhaps for a startup, including working with SBA and GITA. Bank Pacific. And we want to be your partner. Equal opportunity lender. Credit conditions apply.
Buenas and Hafa Adai, it's Damon Michael, your GDOE PIO. Make sure you tune in every Friday at 10 a.m. for our agency's Educuento series, where we give you the latest and greatest from the Department of Education.
Sometimes parenting can be hard. What should I be doing? The Guam Early Learning Council includes partners who can provide you with early childhood services and supports. We are here to assist. For resources and information, simply call 311 Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., excluding holidays. Early connection can change everything. This early childhood ad is made possible through funding of the Administration for Children and Families via the Guam Department of Public Health and Social Services, Division of Children's Wellness.
Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays from Wave 105 FM.
You're hitting on the hits, on the semi-hits.
Yay! Anything but Mariah, you said. You said
for Christmas?
anything but Mariah.
No, I mean I wasn't ready for it before Christmas.
Oh,
Are these
before.
all? This is not a Christmas song.
These are all Christmas.
I think
girl.
is it really?
I got all the bangles and jingle jangles.
I heard you at the transition between the 5 and the 6 o'clock
5 and
hour. You
6.
did.
Justin.
Oh, was that Justin?
That was Justin
Okay.
and Ursha. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't. I
Okay.
hadn't heard that version before, but that R&B soulful kind of Christmas Motown
like it?
stuff. Oh, it was really nice.
Take
I mean, you know what
note,
these
take note.
bands do is that they just they play the same old tunes,
Right.
But they just they're
Add a
covering them
little-
and add all their
little salt and black
all that
pepper
stuff.
to it.
Yeah,
Right
yeah, yeah.
on,
The
right
salt and
on.
pepper,
Okay.
mostly pepper.
Yeah,
Mostly pepper.
Mostly pepper. I got you.
Yeah. But there's also the hookup songs.
Oh, okay.
The hookup Christmas and the OG
Christmas songs.
Baby It's Cold Outside.
Baby, it's cold outside. Okay.
That one,
Okay.
that's the OG. That's the OG Christmas hookup song. That to me is the original date rape song.
Was it really? Baby, it's cold outside.
Yeah,
Ooh,
it's like
cold
she's refusing the advances of a guy. First of all, she's at his house.
Okay.
And then he's trying to convince her to stay, and she's refusing advances. And it's like trying to here's a hot toddy, here's a drink. You know what I mean? And then slowly she starts to fall in, and I'm like, girl, get a spine, go home. What are you even doing there?
I want some
It's
hot
like
chocolate.
yeah, baby, it's cold out. And he's trying to tell her it's cold outside. You need to stay here and be warm and
That's
comfy.
what that song was about.
I think it's the original date rape song. It really is too.
About to go and educate some people on Power 98. Be like, guys, so guess what I found out?
Oh yeah. Oh
Right?
yeah.
We'll educate some people.
Well, I mean, that's just my,
didn't know that.
overzealous opinion.
No,
I'm
we
not
need
sure
it.
anybody agrees with it, but it's just one of those songs. But the
love you
Christmas, the Christmas songs that they're coming out, especially a lot of these R&B artists.
Yes.
It's about that. It's the come and be soft and warm and snuggly and let's put our feet in front of the fire and sip on something and let's cuddle and bleh.
That's cute. That's cute. Ugly sweaters and all.
They call it. There's a term for it.
What do they call it?
It's like seasonal dating.
Seasonal dating.
Winter. What is it? Can anybody remember? It's a new kind of term that was trending last year.
Seasonal dating. I like this.
It is definitely seasonal dating, but it's geared for winter.
Okay.
It's because people don't want to be alone in the holidays, so they kind of Tinder.
Okay.
Like a relationship, but it begins and it ends at the first frost.
Stop.
Yeah.
That's a thing.
Yeah.
Seasonal.
It's seasonal.
Okay.
So you can hook up with somebody so that you don't have to eat dinner alone or sit by the fire by yourself or you have companionship. And it's just, I don't know how far they take this relationship or if anybody actually builds one after, but it's really just during the winter months.
Wow.
And then when the ice starts to melt, that's when they decide, okay, thanks. Maybe we'll hook up again next year. But it's just somebody to take to the Christmas party for the office.
Okay.
Right? Just back
Seasonal
and forth.
dating.
Be a couple when all the other couples are getting together.
Okay.
I think it's a pretty acceptable way to just not be alone if that's your thing.
Cuffing season.
That's what it's called.
I'm cuffing season. Can we go there? Seasonal
Cuffing,
dating
of course it
sounds
would.
so polygamous. You know what I mean? It's like, ew. It just feels so
Polygamous.
dirty. Yeah.
Well, if it's cuffing, it's just it's a monogamous
Yeah, right?
relationship
It's just-
because I'm choosing
just-
you.
yeah.
I'm choosing you, and
You're my
my
part-time
thick-
lover.
and my
Right?
thick blanket. I'm
Yeah,
choosing
that's
you.
it.
So
You know?
the only commitment is
Yes.
that this is going to have a beginning and then
This
it's
is
going to
it.
have a
I
definite
like
end.
that. I'm not
so
mad at
two
that.
people have to be in the same frame of mind. Like, you want this? We have to put
There we go.
Yeah.
I like that.
It's as soon as you're going to take me
Yeah.
for better for worse this whole cuffing season.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to be like gaining some weight, so you're going to have to take me as I am.
That's it.
Until the very end. So
I'm
it's
with that.
it's like a common law.
Yeah.
It's a common law relationship for
That's
about
what it
60
is.
days,
That's
120
okay.
at the most.
That's it. You pass that, then we're going to charge extra after that 120 days because Now you're really trying to commit, and I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bro,
we're not trying to do that.
No,
No
we're not trying
labels.
to. We're just.
No labels. No labels. Okay. Wham, bam. Thank you, ma'am. Got to go.
But you both have to be on the same page.
Yes.
You can't be one person starting to fall, you know, and then the other person is like, really, I'm treating this like it's an agreement. But some people just can't.
I hear the
they can't-
angel singing. Thank you, Patty. We
That's
needed
like
to
that's like
I
Dice's
know.
favorite thing.
I love this. Thank you, Patty.
No commitment relationships.
Please, it's coffee
Well,
season.
you know, and the only reason I said the words
for it.
common law marriage is because Senator Shelley Calvo introduced a bill.
She is so busy. Go
She's
ahead.
she's
She
a
is-
progressive one.
She's
That
the
one.
hoot. Go ahead. What's she up to?
She introduced
Okay.
the common law marriage.
Common law marriage.
She's pushing a common law marriage law, common law marriage law for Guam. Because Guam currently
Will that work in the church?
no.
Okay.
You can see the opponents that will already know who they are. They're you know, they believe that, you know,
Patty.
marriage and matrimony is, you know, is well, it is, you know.
Okay, common law. Okay, what do we got? What does she have going
common
on?
law-
What does she have going on?
The common law, and it's
Wedding.
actually when you compare it to the other states, I think there's only like 8 of them
Okay.
in the country where common law marriage is part of the law, that you can get married to somebody who you are, you know, proving to be sort of like a spouse without being a spouse, not actually going through like a marriage in the church or in the courts. And so what she's doing is recognizing, but then also regulating the common law marriage. And what's really interesting about this bill is that she's actually just pointing out something that happens here all the time. This years ago, one of my former coworkers was saying that her father died, or someone they knew died, or a close friend of theirs, whatever, died, and he had been with this woman for like 25 years. They were never married.
Wow.
But
25 years?
25 years. They were this couple was together. They were treating each other like spouses. They did everything but take the vows. I mean, you know, the marriage vows, or file it with the courts of the church, right? Because you're supposed to file your marriage with the government. They
Right.
have to know your spouses.
25
She never was on his will. I mean, on any of his documents, she wasn't entitled to any inheritance because he didn't put her in anything. She couldn't take his retirement. She couldn't take any of his other benefits that he was afforded, and that sort of just died with him. So she was like kind of left out in the cold. The house that was, the mortgage was only in his name, but she was the one who, you know, either paid it all the time or took care of the home as a wife would, as a spouse would. But she never got any of his benefits. So what Shelley has done is she's actually made the bill to be a stronger law than it is in some places. I think it's close to places. I think Utah was the closest I found that there is more stricter rules than there are in other places in the country. But so the guidelines are, and these have to be. In order for this common law marriage to be, you know, recognized by Guam, you have to be 18 years older and legally able to marry. You have to have a mutual voluntary agreement to be married. And I mean, we're going to get married, right? But we're going to do this. We're not going to go to the church, and we're not going to have a civil ceremony. We're just common law, right? At least 2 years. This is the stinger.
Okay.
You have to have been cohabitating as spouses for 2 years before you can be recognized as a common law marriage. And you're holding out to the public. That means everybody knows, it's common knowledge that you're common law, that you are together. And some of that is you refer to husband and wife.
Okay.
That's my wife. That's my husband.
That's my husband. Okay.
You have the same last name.
Got it.
Okay. And your finances are joint. Your accounts are together.
Or common law with the same last name.
Yeah, common law with the same last name.
Okay.
And then neither party can be actually married to somebody else. Yeah, I mean, it's like, brah. I mean, we've been living together. You haven't gotten a divorce from your wife.
Yeah.
You know, when you promised you would, but we've been living together for the past 8 years on the side. You know, there and the
So we're saying that the side wants to be the main entree now. That's what is that what we're trying?
No, the side is always no, but she's the main entree.
She's the main entree.
They've just never been married.
Okay.
And neither one of them is married. They've a boyfriend and girlfriend. It's like the longest lasting boyfriend and girlfriend on history.
Okay, you rescued that one.
Yeah, so there's a lot.
Slow.
There's a
Okay.
lot of documentation.
Okay.
That has to go through, as is when you get married in the church or civilly. There's a lot of documentation that has to be filed within the superior court. And all of these documents will show that there is actually, you've met all the points. So you're in when that happens, you get like inheritance, property division. I'm just leaning off some of the things that you get for legal rights, spousal support, child custody support, medical decision making, which is a biggie for some people, and you get to get on that person's insurance. Oh yeah. Okay. And employment, like, if we have benefits that we have here, sometimes it applies to your significant other, that thing would happen. Okay. Yeah. So, I wanted to talk about that because the reason why I think this is such a progressive thing is because she's actually pointing out to a system that has long existed in Guam. We just don't recognize it. And people who are in these common law marriages for decades are not entitled to a lot of the benefits of that deceased spouse. Or if that person, I was curious, how do you divorce out of a common law marriage? I wanted to know how you get out of it. Do you do you have to refile in court, or do you have to, is a common law divorce? How do you do that? That's what I wanted to know. It's like, we were together for 25 years. Now that we're common law married, I don't want to be with you anymore.
I don't want to be with you no more.
Look at us. It's 7 o'clock now. KGUM FM in Dedido, Guam. We'll be right back.
The White House on a strike against survivors of an attack on an alleged drug boat. Stacey Lynn has the latest.
Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt defended the second strike on the suspected drug boat on September 2nd.
The strike was conducted in international waters and in of armed conflict.
She said Secretary Hegseth authorized the head of U.S. Special Operations Command to conduct the strike.
Admiral Bradley worked well within his authority and the law, directing the engagement to ensure the boat was destroyed and the threat to the United States of America was eliminated.
Stacey Lynn, CBS News, the White House.
The Washington Post had reported the first strike left 2 people alive who were then killed in the subsequent attack. President Trump's envoy, Steve Witkoff, is on his way to Moscow along with Jared Kushner in the latest push to find an end to the war in Ukraine. CBS's Olivia Gazis reports in Paris, the Ukrainian president was meeting with European leaders.
No doubt these leaders are also going over and comparing notes what the U.S.-led peace push entailed and these recent round of talks in Florida and Geneva. But the main public-facing part of this is to shore up the Western position and shape as much as possible the terms of a settlement before this meeting with Russia begins.
Emails sent by a caseworker indicate the suspect in last week's shooting of 2 National Guard personnel in Washington was struggling with mental illness. CBS's Nicole Skanga reports authorities are working to find out more.
So far, investigators have found no clear evidence linking the suspect to foreign handlers, extremist networks, or directed terrorism, though that remains a very open line of inquiry.
West Virginia's governor said today the 24-year-old Air Force staff sergeant who survived the attack remains in serious condition, but has shown some positive signs. Anna Schechter reports on a court hearing today in the Luigi Mangione case. He's accused of killing United Healthcare's CEO. His attorneys want evidence withheld.
The defense attorneys don't want any members of the jury to see or hear what Mangione told those police in that Altoona, Pennsylvania McDonald's when they apprehended him. They're saying he was not read his Miranda rights, so he wasn't told you have the right to remain silent. What his lawyers want is for all of that to get thrown out.
The TSA said today air travelers who haven't gotten their real IDs can still fly, but will be charged a $45 fee starting in February. Stocks finish lower. This is CBS News.
Check off the wish list with instant savings and free battery offers on select Steel tools. Shop online at steelusa.com or in-store.
Just how good is Pure Talk's current deal for unlimited wireless? Well, you might say it's the deal of your lifetime. Because right now, for just $29.95 a month, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for life. Not your phone's life, your life. This is Pure Talk's top-tier plan. It comes with a crazy fast 5G network along with a 30-gig hotspot. And at just $29.95 a month, there has never been a better opportunity to lock in a ridiculously low rate for as long as you live. And save thousands and thousands of dollars along the way. This plan is normally $65 a month, but if you switch today, you will save over 50% every single month for the rest of your life. See what I mean? It really is the deal of your lifetime. Dial pound 250, say micro. Offer ends 12/7. Some restrictions apply. Details at puretalk.com.
Police are warning parents about a powerful toy that can cause injuries. More from CBS News correspondent Michael Wallace.
The toy guns are called gel blasters. Some come in black and look like real pistols or rifles. They fire water-filled gel pellets called Orbeez.
The Orbeez are actually being frozen, which makes them a lot harder and increases the injuries.
In Sun Prairie, Wisconsin, Police Lieutenant Ray Thompson says they've received dozens of complaints about gel blasters this month.
Kids were injured, generally causing welts.
In Kansas this month, a man was convicted of battery for using a real gun to wound a teen who had shot his daughter with a gel blaster. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
The last supermoon of the year will soon be making its entrance. Thursday night's the last of 3 in a row this year. The supermoon happens when a full moon is closer to Earth in its orbit and looks up to 14% bigger and 30% brighter than the faintest moon of the year. I'm Cammie McCormick, CBS News.
A KFC tale in the pursuit of flavor. The holidays were tricky for the Colonel. He loved people, but he also loved peace and quiet. So he cooked up KFC's $4.99 chicken pot pie. Warm, flaky, with savory sauce and vegetables. It's a tender chicken-filled excuse to get some time to yourself and step away from decking the halls, whatever that means. The Colonel lived so we could chicken. KFC's Chicken Pot Pie. The best $4.99 you'll spend this season.
Prices and participation may vary while supplies last. Taxes, tips, and fees extra.
Selling your home, it's one of the biggest financial decisions you'll ever make. You could go it alone, trying to navigate market trends, determine fair pricing, and tackle tricky negotiations on your own. You could second guess every decision, wondering if you're doing it right. Then there's the showings, the offers, and the mountain of paperwork. Or you could work with the expertise of a Realtor, here to guide and help protect as you make your next big move. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
Hafa Adai, Guam. Good morning and welcome back. You're tuned in to Mornings with Patti right here on the Wave 105 FM, 7:05 in the morning on a Tuesday, December 2nd. Streaming online at thewave105.com as well as our YouTube channel. Like, subscribe, follow, and share our YouTube channel, which is Wave 105.1 FM Guam. Our studio lines are at 671-922-1051 or 1052. Mornings with Patti is being brought to you by Chili's Grill and Bar. Patch Tinting and Detailing. Call 647-SLAM. The Medical City, where patients are partners. Code 1 Law Enforcement Store, Guam's one-stop shop for law enforcement gear, tactical tools, uniforms, and equipment. You name it, they've got it at Code 1. Gear up and stay ready, Guam. Subway, eat fresh. Order online at subwaypacific.com. Take Care Insurance Company, Our Island, Your Health Plan. Bank Pacific. Where others put branches, we place roots. Visit bankpacific.com today. Wise Owl, the wise choice in animal care. GTA, we start with you. and the Hyatt Regency Guam. We have your local headlines for you right now. This is Skyler Obispo from the Marianas Business Journal and the Guam Business Magazine. And it's all being brought to you by McDonald's. If you are ready for a shocking unboxing, the new Grinch meal has arrived. A choice of either a Big Mac meal or 10-piece chicken McNuggets, McShaker fries with dill pickle seasoning, a medium drink, and collectible Grinch socks. Get it today. It's only at our friends at McDonald's. I'm loving it. Your local headlines here on the Wave 105 FM. Good morning, Guam.
Buenas and Hafa Adai. Here is the latest from the Marianas Business Journal. United Airlines has unveiled its newly remodeled check-in lobby at the AB Wonpat International Airport. The airline held a ribbon-cutting ceremony yesterday to showcase the redesigned space, which now mirrors the look and feel of United's major hubs like in San Francisco and in Los Angeles. The upgraded lobby features new ceilings, floorings, and branding, as well as a revamped layout that includes both self-service and assisted services zones. New kiosks allow travelers to access the same check-in features they'd find on the United app or website. United officials say the new system is also faster. Sam Shinohara, Managing Director of Airport Operations for Asia and the Pacific, says the technology performs about 50% quicker than before. The lobby was tested over the Thanksgiving holiday, and United reports a noticeable improvement in efficiency. More improvements are coming next year when United begins replacing its Guam fleet with the retrofitted Boeing 737 MAX 8 aircraft. The first plane arrives in February 2026. Despite slower visitor arrivals, tourism and airport officials say United remains essential to the island's recovery, calling it Guam's hometown carrier. In more news, the Guam Police Department is conducting an investigation of a body of an unknown male that was found yesterday morning. According to GBD spokesperson Norman Analista, the body was found behind Zonia Gym at around 10:36 a.m. yesterday. Analista said there's no additional releasable information at this time, but will provide updates as it comes in. Reporting for the Marianas Business Journal, the Wave 105 and Power 98, I'm Skyler Obispo.
Hafa Adai, this is Paul Stanko from your National Weather Service for Tuesday. Isolated showers will continue through Thursday, then could briefly pick up but are expected to be isolated again for the weekend. There will be a high risk of rip currents and hazardous surf today along north reefs, and a moderate risk through Wednesday for south and west facing reefs, while the risk will be high through Wednesday for east facing reefs. The fire danger is once again low after the rain the past couple days, at least for now. The latest weather information can always be found at www.weather.gov/GUM.
At Wave 105 FM, we're more than just a station. We're your platform, your voice, your conversation. We're talking about what matters most to you today and in our future. And we want you to be part of it. Got something to say? We're listening. Different opinions? Bring them on. Let's talk, let's debate, let's connect, because every voice counts. Call or WhatsApp us at 671-922-1051. And if that line's busy, hit us up at 922-1052. This is Talk Radio for everyone. This is Wave 105 FM, the talk of Guam.
Hafa Adai, everyone. Good morning, Guam. Welcome back. Hitting the streets, taking a look at traffic once again, being brought to you by our friends at Guam Auto Spot, where you can schedule a test drive by calling 478-AUTO, or you can check out our inventory, which is available on our website at guamautospot.com. Alrighty, Guam, we're looking up and around Route 9 this morning. That's going to be around Santa Bernadita. It looks like traffic is light heading up and around Anderson Air Force Base. No delays there. A little congestion outside of the main gate of Anderson Air Force Base. Up and around Our Lady of Litdes Catholic Church, you will find some north and southbound traffic at that intersection. After that, Guam, it's going to be smooth sailing for those of you getting around Dedido, changing up and around Lada this morning, or around Kaiser in Dedido. You will find some traffic there. We're looking at Route 3, hopping onto Route 3, Camp Blas, Ukadu, as well as the Guam Regional Medical City. That traffic light intersection circulation is also beginning to pick up, as well as those of you getting around West Santa Monica Avenue. So again, guys, eyes on the roads, not on the phones. No texting and driving on the streets of Guam. Let's make sure that our seatbelts are fastened and that our kids are strapped safely in the proper booster and car seats. Let's also try to allow some braking distance between ourselves and the vehicle in front of us. Try not to tailgate each other this morning. It's 12 minutes after 7 o'clock. Your Real Deal Traffic Report being brought to you by Guam Auto Spot and mobile gas stations.
Craving bold flavor? Chili's is bringing the heat with their new Sizzlin' Fajita menu. Dig into the new limited-time fajita dishes like smothered ribeye, juicy tender steak grilled to perfection, or maybe try their Monterey Jack, loaded with melty cheese and smoky seasoning. Craving seafood? Treat yourself to the fresh and flaky taste of ancho salmon fajita. Each order is perfect for sharing with the fam or squad. With so many worthy choices, you'll want to come back again and again. At Chili's, great food and great value happen here.
One pill can kill. Fake pills often contain fentanyl. It only takes 2 milligrams of fentanyl, equivalent to a few grains of salt, to be lethal. Fake pills are often sold on social media platforms, making them available to anyone with a smartphone.
Talk early and often to youth about the dangers of misusing prescription drugs and the lethal dangers of counterfeit drugs laced with fentanyl.
Stay informed, stay safe. One pill can kill.
This public service announcement is brought to you by the radio stations of Glimpses Media Group, Wave 105 FM, and Power 98.
Hafa Adai, Guausi, Pauly Suba. Don't forget to catch the Brightside every weekday afternoon from 2 to 6 on Wave 105. From big laughs to big issues, if it's happening on island, we're breaking it down with island leaders, business owners, and you. Take a break from all of that shade and join the Brightside on Wave 105.
Feeling good, getting things done. Wave 105 FM.
About 7:14 in the morning. Welcome back to the program. Hearing about that deadly, fatal crash the other day of that young man, 30-year-old, well known as an athlete, as just a guy who was very conscious and about his health. And apparently, according to his friend, I was reading in one of the newspapers that he mourned him as a guy who just loved his family and his friends. And it's those stories that are so heart-wrenching, because biking along a roadway that's by comparison, Chalon San Antonio has these bike lanes now, and the road is pretty well lit. It's been recently, in the past year or so, renovated or refurbished. So the markings are all in there. They're very prominent. You can't miss them. They did the same thing with Farrenhold just this past month as well, that they had, a lot of work that's being done. And so this area, it was so surprising because it's not necessarily like a dark lit place, on a lonely road where you can't really see the road. And it's sad that he was struck. It was sad that he was struck doing an absolutely normal thing on a highway that is built for exactly that, that purpose, is sharing the roadway with bicyclists or cyclists and regular traffic. And it's most unfortunate after his death that somebody just mowed down a rider and then just split. Heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking because there's somebody out there that killed someone's loved one and can't cop to it. That person will probably be eaten alive with his own conscience. That perhaps, I'm hoping that he's being eaten alive by his own conscience, that he actually has one and will eventually present himself or herself.
Forward with, Right.
But on the other hand, coming down this happened on a Sunday, right? It was like early Sunday morning.
For the traffic accident, yes,
Yeah,
correct.
that was early Sunday morning.
Yes, that was.
That's at 2:00 in the morning. That roadway is a direct link to Tumon.
Mm-hmm.
And you can and when they do these checkpoints, a lot of times they take into consideration that is the best way to get in and the fastest way to get in and out of Tumon. And if you're partying, that would be the route to take to go home or get out of Tumon if you're going south or you're going into Tumuning. I'm not saying that the person was inebriated, but he certainly wasn't in his right frame of mind. And I'm assuming his right frame of mind would have been to stop and to provide aid or be there for him. But in his final moments, it was over. And there's nobody to hold accountable. I can't. It's a lot to take in. I do not know this young man, but he's someone's kid. Frank, good morning.
Good morning.
Hi. Turn off your radio, buddy. Hi. Okay.
Hi, good morning, Patti.
Oh, there we are. Hi, Frank. Good morning. What's up?
I was wondering if you can you advocate for the the road here in Dedido, the main road, Route 1, where the traffic lights.
Uh-huh.
Can they put the temporary reflector tapes because the lining and the stripings are all faded already? And last time I almost got into an accident because the car went on my lane and almost crashed.
Where's this at?
Just here in Dedido. Oh, the traffic light here in Dedido, the line are there, but it's faded.
Yeah, but
Can you just put that temporary reflector tape like the one there in Manila?
What? I'm sorry. I'm trying to find out where specifically in Dedido.
The traffic light in front of Payless, in front of Dedido Mall, in front of Mobil gas station.
Okay.
The road is perfect, but the white line is faded already.
Oh, gosh.
And there's no reflector.
Yeah.
So is there a way they can put a temporary reflector tape there? The road is perfect. They don't need to do no paving, nothing. Just put the reflector tape for a guide of the drivers out here.
I hear you, man. I absolutely hear
So last
you.
night it was raining real bad, and the car went on my lane. I didn't have to honk my horn, but I don't blame it because I can't even see the road myself. Just have to drive slow.
God, man, I tell you, Frank, if you would call me every day and say this, and I'll give you another area where you can complain, because so far I have been complaining about certain areas for 2 years.
Yes.
And
Yes.
2 years. And I'm on the radio, which means that this complaint can go pretty. If someone's not hearing it, someone's telling them. But I actually ran into, and it wasn't that specific spot. Sorry, I was selfishly saying Route 10A, but I'll put that one on the list.
Yes.
Because I understand what you're saying. I mean, there are people who are struggling to see the roadway. I'm not a good nighttime driver. I think I've become far sensitive now to headlights. But like Carlotta, my best friend Car, and I were on our way to the airport early Saturday morning, and she doesn't go that route. And I was telling her, I said, can you see the road? Because I wanted to know. Can you see? She goes, no, I can't. I can't see where the lines are. She goes, yeah, I could see. So up in Dedido.
That's exactly what's going on here in Dedido Road.
Yeah.
I mean, I called the mayor, vice mayor, and there's nothing being done. I'm talking about safety of the people.
No, I hear you, bro. I actually ran into Vince. I ran into Vince Ariola a few weeks ago, and I said, bro, you got to do something about. And he goes, where? We're at. And I told him specific, and goes, yeah, no problem. He said, no problem.
I even volunteered. If they give me the reflector tape, I'll place it on the road myself.
JQ said the same thing. He said, they do striping, but the striping that they do is for the runway, so those lines would be too big. But everybody understands that these are these places. You just have to remind them, because it's just, like you said, when it's raining, it's raining. It's bad. Yeah, we need the reflectors, because when it's raining, sometimes you can't see the paint because the shimmer is too great. But all right, in front of Payless, this is on Marine Corps Drive in Dedido.
All the traffic light here in Dedido.
All the traffic lights.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
All the intersections.
You can just drive there at night, and you're going to say, Yeah, they really need a reflector tape on this road.
Okay.
They don't need to stripe it soon.
Yeah.
But put that reflector tape for the guidance of the drivers.
I hear you, bro. I hear you, and it's not old people eyes. I'm with you. I got you 100%. I'm going to put it on the list, okay?
Thank you, Patty.
Yeah, it's my pleasure, Frank. No problem.
Bye bye.
Is it possible that when somebody whines so much that you don't hear it anymore?
Oh, I don't know.
I think so. I think so. It's like when a kid is constantly just whining about something, you just kind of tune them out.
Oh.
Have I been tuned out?
Oh, okay. I hope not, because we need some help.
Yeah, we need some help.
I hope not. We do need help.
How your drive? You go
I'm
back
good.
road, or you're good on your whole roadways? You good eyesight?
You know
your
what?
roadways are
I'm
cool?
pretty safe. I take the routes that I know, so I memorize all the potholes until someone creates a new one. So I'm pretty good. I mean, I look like I'm DUIing, but I promise that I'm dodging potholes. But it's like, are you good?
You're ditching them, right? You're swerving around them. Yeah. Only people who know in these villages know where these potholes are, and they never hit them.
Yes, right. So it's like strong muscle memory.
But that's me too. That's how I am.
Right.
I'm blindly navigating on what little lines I can see on Airport Road.
Real.
Yeah, but today I actually encroached in the oncoming lane. Because I thought that it was the right lane, and apparently I went too far left, and I crossed over the line into the oncoming lane. And when I heard that, I said, "Oh yeah, too much. Too much. Go. Pull right." But hey, I tend to want to follow the person behind me. If you see me tailgating you, it's because I'm banking on you to lead the way. Just don't go so fast. There's all in that whole knuckle from Route 10A all the way up the hill. You can't, once you get out of the last turn out of the airport. That is, you can't see anything. And if you can, it's probably navigating, like I said, is muscle memory.
We got Joaquin on line 1.
Yay, Joaquin. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Good morning.
Hi.
I just want to make a comment regarding the lighting and the markings in the road in Dedido.
Okay.
So this was Friday night. We're heading towards the mobile in Dedido.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess the lighting is not so bright.
Mm-hmm.
This guy just started out of nowhere, ran across the street to the opposite side. I didn't see him.
Oh my God!
Thank God. My wife's like, "There's somebody right in front of you."
Oh man!
So I braked, and I did not see him. That's how bad the lighting is, also.
Oh yeah. Okay.
So.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't know who's in charge.
That's
center's in charge of highway safety or whatever.
Well, it used to be that was. Is that across like the skate park area?
Yeah.
Yeah. Remember
the mobile.
Yeah, they've made that an area where you're not allowed to cross the street. They do that because they had kids, kids were getting near miss, or their kids were getting hit, or one had gotten hit trying to run across that roadway to get to the store, and for snacks. And that it's so they've made it so you can't, well, at least you thought that pedestrians will take their chances, man. Especially at night when they think that it's really difficult. Your perception on how close or how far something is really out of cue. So thanks for that one. And more importantly, you could hit somebody. Can you see?
Yeah, Patty.
Can you see?
I didn't see him at all.
Oh, dang.
It's like he came out of nowhere and ran him right across. So I don't know which center's in charge of highway safety, things like that.
Well, the DPW, like I said, Vince Areola was very receptive when and it was like a no problem thing. I'm just like, Vince, I think we need to do something about this roadway. And I happened to be sitting, well, actually they were meeting for lunch. I intruded because I saw them both together, was JQ. And JQ was telling him, yeah, it's that one little area and where the parkway is supposed to be. And I said, until then, can we just fix that roadway, just reflector marks or reflector tape or something? So I'm going to add this one to the list. That's a scary spot up there in Dedido.
Yeah, but Pat, I think they're waiting for something major to happen before they jump.
I know what you mean.
I
said the same thing.
Blame the driver.
Yeah,
because they didn't see the person.
Yeah, I feel like you're.
I'm hoping they're listening, and maybe it's a wake up call for them.
No, you're absolutely right.
I just want
have
to
said
put
the
it
same
out there.
thing.
You know?
I hope they're not waiting for something. I'm pretty sure
Yeah,
that they're not
yeah.
sitting there consciously waiting for something. It's just not a priority, and I don't know when something becomes a priority other than when people get hurt or it becomes a danger. If a few sprinkling of people are complaining about Dedido so far too in the last 10 minutes, does that constitute a priority, or do we need all of Dedido to make a sound? You know what I mean? Or every commuter that goes up Route 10A or any other place where the roadway is difficult to see. I don't know how the government is compelled sometimes, if it's not by money, but how much the public has to scream, or does the legislature actually have to mandate something that is simple as saying, hey, can we just fix this? It's a matter of safety. I don't know. But until then, I guess we just scream, yeah?
I guess. I'm sure, Patty, they take the road, they look at the road and they see it, but I guess they close their eyes.
Mm.
You know, but that's just my opinion.
I tend to agree. Not for everything, but definitely in this case, I think that that there might be not enough urgency until something happens and it's already too late.
Yes.
But, yeah, I appreciate this.
Yes. Well, thank you for that, Patty.
Okay.
Thank
Hey,
you.
Merry Christmas, huh? If I don't talk to you.
Same to you.
All
Same to
right.
you and your family.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Same to you as well and your family. See how I'm doing Merry Christmas now?
Right.
December 2nd. Just took a little while, you know.
Look at you.
You know, the chronic problem that we've all known to be is Dead Man's Curve. The fact that it is called Dead Man's Curve and has been known to be Dead Man's Curve is clearly a resolution that needed to be fixed for years, or made for decades of people. I had a classmate that was killed at Dead Man's Curve, and again, if the street has the most horrific name to describe what can happen to you on that roadway, and it's referred to that in just sort of casual conversation or casual reference, then that should always be a place, first of all, that is a top priority. I don't know. There are other places on Guam where, you know, accidents have been prone to happen, but there's nothing that exhibits, you know, a horrifying thought that driving that road could actually take your life. And it's amazing now, and it's only been in the past couple of years or a year that DPW has laid down those. I don't know what they call those things. What do they call those?
Okay, what are we looking at?
Dead Man's Curve.
Dead Man's Curve.
Whatever that road.
Oh, yeah, but you can still feel the turbulence, though. You can feel that.
Oh, yeah.
You can
I mean,
feel
it's just what it is. It's just like it's just a thing that slows you down and gives
the
you
paint strips. Yeah,
yeah.
But they're elevated, though.
Yeah,
right?
they're called something. There's a word for it. Whatever that word is, but everybody knows those little rumble type strips are there, right? So it's consciously physically conscious of the road being the surface has changed, so you have to like adjust, and speed clearly is the one. Who am I going to now?
We're gonna go to Jackie from Dedido.
Jackie, good morning, Jackie.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, I was just listening about the Dedido issues. I guess I'll be the third one to call regarding this.
Yeah.
So I'm from Dedido, and yes, there's a lot of issues in Dedido, and you know, going to Batula Street, if you're coming from Marine Drive, there's no street lights there. It's very, very dark.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and those areas there, a lot of them are like Chamorro Land Trust, and there's just too many cars there. I guess it's becoming a dumpster for broken cars or whatnot, and it's all on the side of the road. And sometimes it's both roads, going to Sing Song and even Batula Street, where the intersection is. And, you know, I'm just concerned because those properties there, I know those are Chamorro Land Trust, and people just keep dumping their, you know, broken vehicles there. So I'm not even sure if these vehicles are, like, stolen or whatnot, but, you know, counting them, just like Chris, last week I was passing by, there were, like, about 13 broken cars on the road.
Abandoned vehicles.
Abandoned vehicles. And people were just pushing it. Sometimes you just see them, you know, pushing their cars and like wondering what they're doing with the cars. And there's like one property there, a Chamorro Land Trust, and I don't know what they're doing there, but sometimes you see cars burning on that road, you know, and we've called it so many times. We've addressed that, and, nothing is happening. One time I know that I believe that the mayors cleaned it up. Don't quote me on that, but, all those cars were gone. Now people start dumping their abandoned cars there again. And then at the same time, the cockfighting, illegal cockfighting on the side of the corner house there. And, just concerning because this is a Chamorro land trust. And I don't know how we're allowing these people to do these things on those land that were, actually granted to them, And it's just a matter of time when somebody's going to get into an accident because, for one, there's no street lights there. At night, people are driving and, you can't even see the road because, there's no street lights from Batulu, from Marine Corps Drive, training to Batulu, all the way to Bumachachu. So people tend to dump their abandoned cars. People tend to dump their trash there. And it's just so sad how this island turned out to be, And again, just like the concerned citizen was saying earlier, I don't know what the government is doing with this. They keep whining, complaining about these things, and nothing is happening. You don't even know what priority is anymore until it happens to their family members.
That is the scariest part. You're absolutely right, Jackie. I don't know what compels the government to and their list of priorities on how these things are taken care of, but usually it takes something really bad to happen, and I'm afraid of that. Because, like you said, and to the point Frank was making, that somebody darted out in front of his car, and he didn't see him at all. We're doing, the people are doing the right things when they're told to slow down, and some of us are a little bit slower in our driving because our reflexes aren't that quick anymore. So we account for that. So when you're a responsible driver that's doing all of the right things to follow the rules of the road and be courteous and sort of drive with a Hafa Adai spirit, it makes it far more complicated to sign on when the government doesn't make it easier for you, presents even more of a challenge. And for some of the Manumku, that's a big deal. I certainly don't want to go out in this life having killed somebody because because of the roadway. That's not how I want to go out, right? And I don't want to spend my time in jail because I didn't see somebody or somebody didn't have the lights on. And I ran into, that too. That's another one, isn't it, Dice?
That's
Jackie,
real.
have you seen that?
It's
These
true.
people that are driving, they don't turn on their headlights.
No.
It's like they can see whatever the cars are around them or whatever the ambient light is, maybe from street lights or something, or buildings that have these big lights. I have encountered last week in one drive 3 cars that didn't have their street lights. I mean, their car lights on.
Their headlights. Well, some of them too. I'm like, you wonder how are they able to drive these cars? Their windshield is broken and no taillight, no headlights, and they're still on the road. I don't even know how they get a registration or renew the registration or whatnot with these vehicles.
Well,
as much I hate to say it, but this fire system is still happening. And now we're risking those innocent lives, right? These people, innocent people, risking their lives with all this, we'll say irresponsible citizens. And I just, it's just so sad because Guam was never like that. And seeing how Guam it is now, trash everywhere, abandoned vehicles everywhere. We don't even have anything to offer the tourists that comes here. You know what I mean? So it's just so depressing to see how, my home, that I called home, been here for more than 30 years, becoming like this. I've seen how it was in the 90s. It was so beautiful and everything. You can walk safely. You don't have to worry about all these cars speeding or whatnot. The road, you can see the lines. The lights are all off. Nothing like that anymore, It's just so sad. And I don't know what the government is doing with this, but again, just like what you said, we keep complaining, we keep whining about it, and, somehow they just don't hear it anymore, until again, something happened to their family, then I guess that's the only time they're going to act on it.
Yeah. I hope that there are people who are listening, Jackie. I haven't heard you before, and I'm hoping that this might, when you get new folks on that have these complaints, sometimes they tend to, they tend to forget what I've been saying for 2 years and, listen to what the people are actually driving on these roadways feel. So, thanks a lot for weighing in. I hope it produces something.
The only thing we can do is just, really keep praying for our island, keep praying for the government, that they see this and they hear our voices, us taxpayers, hear our voices about the concern that we have with Guam. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do know what you mean. I know what you mean, and I'm certainly hoping that this is going to be something that other people also know what you mean. But anyway, take good care, be safe this holiday season. Merry Christmas, doll.
Merry Christmas to you too.
All right, take care.
Okay,
Where are we?
okay, bye.
7:30. Oh yeah, we do have a break. Yeah. Okay, we'll take that one. Be right back.
At Way 105 FM, we're more than just a station. We're your platform, your voice, your conversation. We're talking about what matters most to you today and in our future. And we want you to be part of it. Got something to say? We're listening. Different opinions? Bring them on. Let's talk, let's debate, let's connect, because every voice counts. Call or WhatsApp us at 671-922-1051. And if that line's busy, hit us up at 922-1052. This is Talk Radio for everyone. This is Way 105 FM, the talk of Guam.
Hafa Adai, Guam. Good morning, everyone. 7:37 on a Tuesday, December 2nd. You are tuned in to Mornings with Patti right here on the Wave 105 FM. It's time once again for your local headlines with Skylar Obispo from the Marianas Business Journal and the Guam Business Magazine. It's proudly brought to you by McDonald's. I'm loving it.
Buenas and Hafa Adai. Here is the latest from the Marianas Business Journal. The Guam Police Department is asking for the community's help after a fatal hit and run on Route 14 near Hornet Sports in Tamuning early Saturday morning. The crash killed 30-year-old bicyclist John Carlos Daniel Yanko Haas. The case remains an open investigation, and GPD says no further details can be released at this time. This is the island's 18th traffic fatality this year. Police are also urging the public to stay alert on the roads, especially during the holiday season. The Guam Highway Patrol Division recently conducted a DWI checkpoint on November 28th and reminds drivers to celebrate responsibly, use designated drivers, and avoid distractions like cell phones. With heavier shopping traffic, motorists are asked to buckle up, practice patience, and give themselves extra travel time. Anyone who saw the crash or knows an eyewitness should call GPD Dispatch at 475-8615 through 8617. In more news, lawmakers opened Monday's session with a heated debate over Bill 4938, a measure to expand Guam's only public cemetery, Tiguac. Author of the bill, Senator Tina Munoz-Barnes, said the expansion is urgent with only a handful of burial plots left and many families are unable to afford private cemeteries. But others raised concerns about DPR's poor maintenance and lack of a clear plan, and whether the agency can responsibly manage 11 new acres. After back and forth over land ownership, crypt construction, and accountability, senators adopted several amendments, including requiring a master plan. The bill was moved to the third reading file as amended. Reporting for the Marianas Business Journal, the Wave 105 and Power 98, I'm Skylar Obispo.
Craving bold flavor? Chili's is bringing the heat with their new sizzling fajita menu. Dig into the new limited time fajita dishes like smothered ribeye, juicy tender steak grilled to perfection, or maybe try their Monterey Jack, loaded with melty cheese and smoky seasoning. Craving seafood? Treat yourself to the fresh and flaky taste of ancho salmon fajita. Each order is perfect for sharing with the fam or squad. With so many worthy choices, you'll want to come back again and again. At Chili's, great food and great value happen here.
All right, guys, let's see how traffic is looking. We're going to go ahead and hit the streets right now for another quick look at your Real Deal Traffic Report. It is being brought to you by Guam Auto Spot, where you can schedule a test drive. Give us a call at 478-AUTO. Or if you'd like to look at our inventory, it's also available on our website at guamautospot.com. And Mobile Oil Guam, where you can go farther on every journey with Mobile's new Synergy Supreme Plus fuel. It keeps your engine 3 times cleaner for better gas mileage. Visit guam.mobile.com for more details. Alrighty, folks, let's hit Route 1 this morning. For those of you coming around Payless in Jigo or getting around Paris Acres, it looks like you are going to find some tight hot pockets there. We got traffic coming in and out of Wistic Road as well as East Sangsong Road. Both north and southbound delays. Machechi Road, Atacao is not looking too bad this morning. Additional delays is going to be up and around Harmon, as you will find some motorists coming in and out of Hamburger Road. It looks like Happy Landing morning is nice and clear. No delays there. Coming around the JFK Kmart intersection, Village of Donkey, ITC, or Jack in the Box. You'll find some more north and southbound traffic. Ocopelas into Mooning, up and around St. Anthony's Catholic Church as well. North and both southbound. 7:42 in the morning. It looks like traffic is picking up. Just watch your speed limit in the villages, especially coming around the school zones. Eyes on the roads, not on the phones. No texting and driving on the streets of Guam. Your Real Deal Traffic Report here on the Wave 105 FM. And it's all brought to you by Guam Auto Spot and mobile gas stations.
One pill can kill. Fake pills often contain fentanyl. It only takes 2 milligrams of fentanyl equivalent to a few grains of salt to be lethal. Fake pills are often sold on social media platforms, making them available to anyone with a smartphone.
Talk early and often to youth about the dangers of misusing prescription drugs and the lethal dangers of counterfeit drugs laced with fentanyl.
Stay informed, stay safe. One pill can kill.
This public service announcement is brought to you by the radio stations of Glimpses Media Group, Wave 105 FM, and Power 98.
Hafa Adai, Guausi, Pauly Suba. Don't forget to catch the Brightside every weekday afternoon from 2 to 6 on Wave 105. From big laughs to big issues, if it's happening on island, we're breaking it down with island leaders, business owners, and you. Take a break from all of that shade and join the Brightside on Wave 105.
Are you planning a trip to the Philippines? Why not come back feeling healthier and more rejuvenated? At the Medical City, we offer world-class healthcare services, including comprehensive executive checkups and top-tier aesthetic treatments for as low as $530. Imagine lounging on white sandy beaches, shopping at top-tier shopping centers, and indulging in premium healthcare all in one vacation. Book your getaway now and experience the best of both worlds. The Medical City, your trusted partner in health.
Country music lives on Route 99 FM. Tune in to 99.5 FM or listen live online at Route99FM.com to catch all your favorite country music non-stop and direct. 24/7 country music. Classics, throwbacks, and the chart toppers are keeping you cruising on Guam's road to all country music, Route 99 FM.
Hafa Adai at Wave 105 FM. We want to talk. We want to talk about the things that are important to our island and our community, and we want to talk with you. If you want to join the conversation, if you want to chime in, we welcome it. We welcome all points of view, all thoughts, all perspectives. Call or WhatsApp us at 671-922-1051. If that line is busy, then call us at 922-1052. This is Talk for Everyone. Thanks for listening to Wave 105 FM, the Talk of Guam.
New to Guam or just want to explore more? TheGuamGuide.com is your ultimate island resource with latest events, activities, and insider tips. Visit TheGuamGuide.com and follow us on Instagram at TheGuamGuide.
Every company needs money for investments to help grow our working capital to take on today's economy. That's why Bank Pacific's commercial loan officers stand ready to help you. We offer several programs tailored to assist companies to get to the next step, or perhaps for a startup, including working with SBA and GITA. Bank Pacific. And we want to be your partner. Equal opportunity lender, credit conditions.
This holiday season, Subway turns up the crave with the limited time festive flavors collection. A lineup of 3 bold sub rings in beloved holiday flavors in handhelds with Subway's extra festive stuffing and cranberry sauce. Take a bite on the wild side with the Turhampton, oven roasted turkey, ham, tender rotisserie style chicken layered with Monterey cheddar, herb stuffing, onion, sweet cranberry sauce, and mayo. Served on hearty multigrain bread. Or set the Friendsgiving feast abuzz with the festive turkey and the festive chicken. Put a fresh twist on holiday feasting. Only at Subway. Eat fresh, feel good.
Hafa Adai Guam. Yep, it's me, the Guam Guy, and you can catch episodes of my podcast, The Guam Guy Show, not only on YouTube and Spotify, but every Friday at 11 a.m. on Wave 105 FM.
Parents, did you know that if your baby has a hearing problem, their speech and language can be affected? In fact, babies with hearing problems may have trouble learning and communicating their needs. If you are concerned about your baby's hearing, call 311 Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. excluding holidays for resources and information. This early childhood ad is made possible through funding of the Administration for Children and Families via the Guam Department of Public Health and Social Services, Division of Children's WANAS.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show host, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners.
It's actually tart.
Yeah, I think it'll be kind of
sweet,
sweet.
but it's tart.
Sweet and tart.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I was looking at them yesterday. I was like, "That's mine." But we're sharing because we're one big happy family. So they're getting
She's talking
creative.
about the cranberry. I was almost, my
They're so
feelings were
creative.
almost hurt because I
Don't be
thought
hurt.
that. No, I thought it was the one jar that I left for the party.
No.
But that now I'm more hurt because you never took it home.
That one there, the one in the refrigerator, that is the party one.
Oh, where's
you
yours?
had that? I have mine. Yeah, I have mine, but they were putting. I'm just labeling.
That's okay.
it.
No.
Well, both
I'm
jars
kidding.
are technically mine, but we're sharing. Sorry, I just had to throw that
No, it's
in
okay.
there. Both jars are technically
because
mine.
it hasn't even been a week since Thanksgiving, and so yesterday when I got home from Saipan, I went into my freezer and pulled out the turkey carcass. Wait. And I boiled that thing all day long since about 8 o'clock in the morning until maybe 2 in the afternoon. I had that thing on a low boil, and just the meat was falling off of it. I added more turkey and then some vegetables, and tell you what,
yummy!
I gotta say that was some broth. That was some broth. Yeah, I made some
Okay.
turkey soup. I was gonna bring some in, but I didn't want you to. I didn't know if you liked that because I have a lot. I was gonna bring you some, but I was handing it out, and
No
I
more
just
food
tried
for
it.
now. No more food till Christmas. We're good.
Is that how you are?
No food till Christmas.
Yeah.
Hang on. No more food.
Because I also came home from Saipan and ate turkey, stuffing. I ate the whole thing.
Oh, lucky you.
I know. Is this the same Frank?
No, this is a new guy.
Hey, Frank. Good morning.
Good morning. I was listening to the radio with a lot of people having to do with traffic light, and we were wondering when things are going to be improved.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to bring up a story or a situation that happened about 40 years ago, where I believe a senator's father was killed by a drunk driver. You know, we had DUIs back then too.
Mm.
And after that event, the legislature got on board. They took a passport to China, and they started beating up the laws on DUI. But that's what sparked the legislature to get something done.
Mm. You're saying that
because of a senator's father who got killed by a drunk driver.
Wow.
So I think until such time some officials, parents or family members gets killed from this road markings, that's when they'll start moving things faster. Only because a family member got killed from the lane, the roadway markings, right?
Yeah.
I'm not hoping that happens,
of course
but
not.
like you say, what are we waiting for?
Yeah.
And then the other thing I wanted to say to you, or bring it out in the open is, we have hardworking mayors on this island.
Yeah.
And then people complain that they'll be talking to the mayors, they're not doing anything, or they do this and do that. I don't think really you need to blame or point the fingers to the mayors, because there are hardworking divisions.
Mm.
I think you need to blame the community. The community is to be blamed, not the mayors. Because I'll give an example, Patti.
Mm-hmm.
If you ever go down to Rohan or Malolo, and you're coming up from Tafofu Ridge, right?
Mm-hmm.
From Zonia,
Mm-hmm.
Tafofu Bay. You come around those curves and everything. One of the first signs you will see on the right-hand side, posted on the post, on the power pole, is keep Rohan clean. So So what I did at one time, I went in between the villages, the road streets inside, and I see a lot of signs posted inside, just keep Malolo clean or Rohan clean. And I look how people, the community, the residents keep their yard tidy, neat. I've seen a house there where it does need painting, but the yard was kept clean and neat. I would say maybe the person doesn't really have money to buy paint, but at the least, the yard is pretty well maintained. So as a tourist, if I was to go in between the roads here and look at the houses, I said, okay, I understand, that, the house looks kind of worn down, but at least the premises of the property are kind of kept up. So again, the mayors really are not to be blamed for how the community maintains itself. It's the residents is how they keep themselves maintained.
Yeah. It's pride. It's pride, Frank. It's pride in your surroundings, right? That's all there.
Right.
That's really all it is. If you don't care, and you are used to living, amongst trash or debris or whatever it is, then that's normal for you, and you're a lot of times too lazy to get out there and do it. And it's pride. It's like keeping your bathroom clean or your bedroom clean. Your bed sheets washed. I mean, it's comfortable and it's necessary, and in the community, it's your duty. And I think that not all of us take that kind of ownership that, that you may have a really nice place that you kept. Maybe it's not a mansion. You have a pretty humble looking home and you're going to take care of that. But then the neighbors, they've got junk in their car or they can't pick up their trash or whatever. And it brings down your entire, the feeling that you have about your own neighborhood. And that's a really... When you're going to a place that you have made your home, it's so disconcerting to see around you that people don't care about their own.
And there's a difference. There's a difference, in my opinion. There's a difference in the definition of a home versus a house. And a lot of people, here, I guess they're stressed out from the inflation, mall war, and so forth. But I think when they sit back and think about it, they're trying to do something, but keeping up a residence, even to maintain the yard, is a team effort within that family. It's a team effort. I mean, if people are staying in a dwelling, they go in and out. They're the one that makes it dirty. So they should all work together to try to clean up, not just try to pick one person and say, hey, that's your responsibility and so forth.
Yeah. I appreciate this, Frank. I think you're nailing it when we do criticize the government for waiting for something to drop before somebody does something about it. We've done it with the roadways. To your point, we did it with DUI, that nobody was really thinking it was anything until someone got hurt. They made changes to, like, for example, Marine Corps Drive on East Agania. They have those little kiosks out there for barbecuing on East Agania Bay. They stopped pedestrians. You're no longer, not stop pedestrians. You're no longer able to drink in public at those places. And the reason they did that was because somebody got hit by a car dashing across Marine Corps Drive to go get more beer at the mobile station. And so they just stopped drinking there altogether. So people don't go to that place and hang out like they do in some of these other public places and have some shade by the ocean and drink up. And so, it's stuff like that. And it is very frustrating that, you can have so many people that can happen.
Another thing I want to bring up openly here through you. And I know a lot of people are listening. Now, enlighten me if you can. The highways of Guam are, the funds that are being used is through federal funds, correct? Or am I wrong?
I think that on some roadways that they are used with federal funds, but there are some secondary and tertiary roads that are funded by, for example, the highway fund, the Guam Highway Fund.
Okay. All right. So, having said that, when you go into villages, you see these backdoor mechanics, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'll give you an example, and because I'm very familiar with the area, but I'm not from that village.
Okay.
And I know, like I said, the mayors are doing their job, but it's up to the community, it's up to the residents. There's a particular area in Sinahanya that there's this residents, and I feel sorry for the old lady. I guess the sun brings in a lot of cars, and they're parked along the sidewalks or the drive-through. And so I don't think it's going to be. I don't believe it should be the mayor's responsibility to get rid of this car, since we already, when you pay your registration, it shows for junk car fee, right?
Abandoned vehicle fee.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think Public Works, and I think the legislature should make a law or take some action where it should fall on the lap of Public Works to go and identify these vehicles in respective villages and approach the families that if they don't clean up their vehicles away from the highway so that there can be a free flow of traffic, that they would impound the vehicle or remove the vehicle. Whether the person says, I'm working on the car, yeah, but the car and it looks so junky that it has not moved for years, years. The same way with another area in Agani Heights, that route going towards the Governor the terrorist residence. That's a very narrow street. And so you got these cars that are parked basically on a two-way lane. But the other vehicle cannot come by because the cars are parked there, and they've been parked there for some time already.
Somebody was just saying that to talk about junk car collectors that park them on the street.
Yeah,
bro, I gotta, man, senor, I gotta go to CBS News now. Thank you. You can call me back if you want to, but thank you for the tips. I hope that somebody's listening to your point.
Thank you.
You're absolutely
also.
welcome. Merry Christmas. It's now 8 o'clock in the morning. We're gonna hit those CBS headlines. Hey, they released the results of the MRI. I don't know if it's gonna make it this time, but it was his heart. KGUM-FM in Derrida, Guam.
To discuss Venezuela. In Caracas, President Maduro was addressing his supporters.
Victory forever, victory forever.
The White House confirmed today there was a second strike on an alleged drug boat back in September that had 2 survivors from the initial strike. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
With respect to the strikes in question on September 2nd, Secretary Hegseth authorized Admiral Bradley to conduct these kinetic strikes. Admiral Bradley worked well within his authority and the law, directing the engagement to ensure the boat was destroyed and the threat to the United States of America was eliminated.
Some lawmakers have called that a possible war crime. West Virginia's governor said today the 24-year-old survivor of the attack on 2 National Guard personnel last week is still fighting for his life, but showing some positive signs. Nicole Skanga reports there were some possible warning signs about the suspect from Afghanistan. A caseworker brought them to light.
Newly obtained emails sent in January of 2024 describe the suspect as having manic depressive episodes, week-long disappearances from his family, and deep withdrawal into his darkened bedroom.
We're learning more about the medical procedure the president underwent recently. Stacey Lynn has that.
The president had the MRI in October.
President Trump's cardiovascular imaging was perfectly normal.
Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said it was conducted as part of his routine physical.
Advanced imaging was performed because men in his age group benefit from a thorough evaluation of cardiovascular and abdominal health.
She said the findings confirm
he remains in excellent overall health.
Stacey Lynn, CBS News, the White House.
There were more travel headaches today. This time the weather was to blame as a storm system swept across the northern part of the country. CBS's Asher Qureshi is at O'Hare Airport in Chicago.
The FlightAware Misery map shows clusters of delays along the East Coast corridors as winter storm pushes towards the Northeast with snow, ice, and coastal rain. So the worst spots moved, but they created a nationwide domino effect that's still slowing holiday travelers.
Today is Cyber Monday, and Meg Oliver's at a busy Amazon warehouse in New Jersey.
Well, millions of Americans are probably closing their office door, doing a little shopping. It's actually supposed to peak tonight between 8 and 10 p.m. with consumers spending $16 million per minute.
On Wall Street today, stocks finished lower. The Dow Jones Industrials were off nearly 430 points. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Are you more than $10,000 in debt? Feel like you're on a never-ending treadmill, staying in one place and never getting ahead with those minimum payments? You feel like there's no way out? Don't let the credit card companies bully you anymore. There are programs in place to help you get free of your debt, and you don't have to pay the entire amount you owe. The program at Total Financial Freedom can help you get debt-free in months instead of decades. Get off the debt treadmill and stop the harassment. Get free of credit card debt, signature loans, department store cards, internet loans, and medical bills. Call now for free information. 800-426-2119. For almost 20 years, Total Financial Freedom has helped thousands. They're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, too. Get off the endless cycle without having to declare bankruptcy. You'll have the right to settle your debt for a mere fraction of what you owe. Call Total Financial Freedom now at 800-426-2119. That's 800-426-2119.
Something online ever make you so angry you couldn't help but let it out? There's a word for that.
Maybe you've been the victim of rage bait. The term is the Oxford English Dictionary's 2025 Word of the Year. The official definition, online content deliberately designed to elicit anger or outrage by being frustrating, provocative, or offensive. Over the past year, usage of the term spiked threefold. Past Word of the Year winners include brain rot, Riz, short for charisma, vax, selfie, and toxic. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
First Lady Melania Trump has decorated the White House for the holidays. Her theme, Home is Where the Heart Is. The decor nods as well to next year's 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence and the founding of the country. I'm Cammie McCormick, CBS News.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hafa Adai Guam, good morning and welcome back. You're tuned in to the Wave 105 FM, streaming online at thewave105.com, as well as our YouTube channel. That's Wave 105.1 FM Guam. Our studio lines are available at 671-922-1051 or 1052. Mornings with Patti is being brought to you by Chili's Grill and Bar, Patch Tinting and Detailing. Call 647-SLAM. The Medical City, where patients are partners. Code 1 Law Enforcement Store, Guam's one-stop shop for law enforcement gear, tactical tools, uniforms, and equipment. You name it, they've got it at Code 1. Gear up and stay ready, Guam. Subway, eat fresh. Order online at subwaypacific.com. Take Care Insurance Company, our island, your health plan. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots. Visit bankpacific.com today. Wise Owl, the wise choice in animal care. GTA, we start with you. And the Hyatt Regency Guam. Celebrate the holidays at the Hyatt Regency Guam. Gingerbread housewarming and tree lighting ceremony. Embrace the magic of the season at our gingerbread housewarming and tree lighting ceremony. It's a festive tradition that brings families and friends together for an unforgettable evening of holiday cheer. It begins December 2nd at 5 p.m. Your local headlines for you right now with Skylar Obispo from the Marianas Business Journal and the Guam Business Magazine. It's all brought to you by McDonald's. I'm loving it.
Buenas and Hafa Adai. Here is the latest from the Marianas Business Journal. United Airlines has unveiled its newly remodeled check-in lobby at the AB Wonpat International Airport. The airline held a ribbon-cutting ceremony yesterday to showcase the redesigned space, which now mirrors the look and feel of United's major hubs like in San Francisco and in Los Angeles. The upgraded lobby features new ceilings, floorings, and branding, as well as a revamped layout that includes both self-service and assisted services zones. New kiosks allow travelers to access the same check-in features they'd find on the United app or website. United officials say the new system is also faster. Sam Shinohara, Managing Director of Airport Operations for Asia and the Pacific, says the technology performs about 50% quicker than before. The lobby was tested over the Thanksgiving holiday, and United reports a noticeable improvement in efficiency. More improvements are coming next year when United begins replacing its Guam fleet with the retrofitted Boeing 737 MAX 8 aircraft. The first plane arrives in February 2026. Despite slower visitor arrivals, tourism and airport officials say United remains essential to the island's recovery, calling it Guam's hometown carrier. In more news, the Guam Police Department is conducting an investigation of a body of an unknown male that was found yesterday morning. According to GBD spokesperson Norman Analista, the body was found behind Zotnia Gym at around 10:36 a.m. yesterday. Analista said there's no additional releasable information at this time, but will provide updates as it comes in. Reporting for the Marianas Business Journal, the Wave 105 and Power 98, I'm Skylar Obispo.
Hafa Adai, this is Paul Stanko from your National Weather Service for Tuesday. Isolated showers will continue through Thursday, then could briefly pick up but are expected to be isolated again for the weekend. There will be a high risk of rip currents and hazardous surf today along north reefs, and a moderate risk through Wednesday for south and west facing reefs, while the risk will be high through Wednesday for east facing reefs. The fire danger is once again low after the rain the past couple days, at least for now. The latest weather information can always be found at www.weather.gov/GUM.
Federal and U.S. postal employees and annuitants. It's time for you to choose your health plan for the coming year. Pick the health plan that offers you more choices for you and your family. Choose from an on-island network including GMH, GRMC, STA, IHP, AMC, GRC, the FHP Health Center, as well as off-island providers throughout Asia, the U.S., and Hawaii. For yourself and your family, choose Take Care during federal open season from November 10th to December 8th. Take Care, our island, your health plan.
We're excited to announce that we're hiring for a variety of positions with some of Guam's most recognized and respected brands, including Coca-Cola, Foremost, Chili's, Glimpses of Guam, Subway, Good To Go, and Cinnabon. Whether you're just starting out or looking to take the next step in your career, there's something here for everyone. Explore current opportunities and apply today at applynowguam.com. Your next great opportunity is just a click away.
All right, motorists, good morning, Guam. Welcome back to your last look at this morning's Real Deal Traffic Report for a Tuesday, December 2nd, being brought to you by Guam Auto Spot, where you could schedule a test drive simply by calling 478-AUTO or check out our inventory on our website at guamautospot.com. And, of course, our friends at Mobile Oil Guam reminding you that you can go farther on every journey with Mobile's new Synergy Supreme Green Plus fuel. It keeps your engine 3 times cleaner for better gas mileage. Visit guam.mobile.com for more details. All right, Guam, we're looking at Route 4 this morning up and around Ordot. It looks like traffic is moving really slow. We got some tight delays coming up and around Twisted Tattoo Gateway this morning. North and both southbound traffic at that intersection. After that, Guam, it's going to be smooth sailing through Sinahanya till you bump up and around Hagåtña. At the Superior Court of Guam intersection, you will find some north and southbound coming in and out of the Agana Shopping Center this morning as well. Route 8, that's going to be Mongmong to Mighty. Additional delays for those of you moving up and around Harvest Christian Academy. You can expect some north and southbound on that back end. Or Carbolito Elementary School. So just a quick heads up, Guam, on Route 8. Route 16, traffic seems to be moving really nice and smooth this morning. However, we will have additional delays for those of you coming around that overpass. It looks like construction activities are going to begin at 9 a.m. this morning, possibly till 3 o'clock. So along that Route 16 overpass, you will find intermittent lane closures later on today. So eyes on the roads, not on the phones. Your Real Deal traffic report here on the Wave 105 FM.
Get double the speed at zero extra cost with GTA Fiber. Experience super fast and reliable fiber internet speeds, now starting at 200 Mbps to 1 gig, with upload speeds just as fast as download speeds and 100 times faster than cable internet. You can enjoy lag-free gaming and clear video calls. Fast is also affordable. Sign up for Fiber 200 for only $70 a month. Visit gta.net or call 644-4482. Terms and conditions apply.
You want what's best for your baby. A healthy birth, a happy home. You want to prepare your child for school and see your child take on the world. The Guam Early Learning Council is here to help. To get resources and information on helping your child succeed, dial 311 Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., excluding holidays. This early childhood ad is made possible through funding of the Administration for Children and Families via the Guam Department of Public Health and Social Services, Division of Children's Wellness.
Hafa Adai at Wave 105 FM. We want to talk. We want to talk about the things that are important to our island and our community, and we want to talk with you. If you want to join the conversation, if you want to chime in, we welcome it. We welcome all points of view, all thoughts, all perspectives. Call or WhatsApp us at 671-922-1051. If that line is busy, then call us at 922-1052. This is Talk for Everyone. Thanks for listening to Wave 105 FM, the Talk of Guam.
This holiday season, Chili's is making celebrations easier and tastier. Every platter you order comes with a free chips and salsa appetizer. Whether you're hosting a party or just craving bold flavors, Chili's has got you covered. Only at Chili's. Great value and memories happen here.
Jingle jangle everything. Happy holidays from Wave 105 FM.
A spirited couple hours we just had. I started talking about common law marriage, and then it graduated into traffic problems on the roadway. I don't know how that happened. Where did it?
You hit an intersection.
Apparently, there was like it was on people's minds. There's something about the road. I was talking about lighting. I was talking about the young man who died on probably one of the most recent rehabilitated highways on Guam.
With a bike lane.
Yeah, with a bike lane. Chalon, San Antonio. It's a long stretch of roadway, and the place where he was killed was just past the crest of the hill of the roadway, right in front of Hornet Sports. There's a bike lane there, and
clearly visible. Can't miss it.
Absolutely. Clearly visible.
I can see it. I can see it on the maps. You can GPS it and see it. It's right there.
But here's the other thing. People come flying down that roadway too. Because once you hit that Archbishop
on Route 14,
Circle,
Route 14. Okay.
Once you come up from Tumon, you climb in the hill, you get around the road, the rotary rotor.
Okay.
What do you call it?
I don't know.
God. Anyway,
What-
it's there's a word for it. Roundabout. Thank you.
Roundabout.
Yeah, my brain just kicked in. We get around the roundabout, the Archbishop's Circle, I think it's commonly referred to.
Yeah, right.
Then it's just a straight shot down the hill.
That's it.
And the traffic is always very light there.
Right. You got to 11 elementary schools.
Yeah,
Why are
there's
you
all
speeding?
these elementary
Right.
schools.
Why are you speeding? It's a
But
school
you pick
zone.
up momentum, and
Okay.
and then before you know it, you're hitting that light. It's a freeway, and I've seen people try to get down that hill as if they were trying to like there was a fire or something. It's amazing, but they do tend to speed down that roadway. But and so how this is not the first time that we have seen this, and I'll go back to the Miguel Bordallo was in a group of men cyclists that were on a Marine Corps drive. I don't know if you remember this, and it was around the Patti Cemetery, that whole stretch of roadway, or Polaris Point.
Got you.
Where a drunk driver struck him. They struck his friend, who was an avid cyclist, and he died. And the bike, the frame of the bike is still it's like a monument on the side of the road. You could still see it. And I remember talking to Miguel about it and interviewing him about it, and he was just telling us the story of how it happened, and it was really, really tough. And the person who was behind the wheel apparently had been drinking. And he is, if I'm not mistaken, he's still serving time in DOC, and that was couple decades ago, easily. I'm thinking it's coming up on 20 years, if not already. But that was a tough one, because that was it was a well-known group of cyclists, and this was part of their regular routine. On Guam, we have not yet learned to cohabitate on the roadways. We just really don't know how it's done. I have to say that when I was driving in Saipan, I was after Mass.
Right on.
What's the name of the beach road, right?
Beach road.
I'm riding. That's a nicely paved road. You got the walk, that whole the whole walking trail, whole walking trail, jogging trail.
Right
People
on.
use that all the time. It's
On
safe
the
for the
pathway.
bikers. That pathway.
Yeah.
It's just such a great addition to. And it just anyway. So you know how it is when you're in a new place. I didn't know what the speed limit was
on Saipan.
On Saipan, I didn't know what the speed limit was on Beach Road, and I apparently looked in my rearview mirror and I caused some traffic. And it was just a 1-lane road, so it wasn't like it didn't split until further down. But I'm ready.
Tourists on the road.
Yeah,
That's
I felt
cute.
it.
That's
I felt
cute.
it. And I was bright. I was driving my brother's
Thank
car.
you,
It wasn't a
Patti.
rental car, so I was driving my brother's car because he was in Guam. And so I'm driving at a snail's pace, and people were junky cars were passing me, and I was like, dang, I must not really. And he was hauling it, and I go, okay, apparently I'm going too slow. And then another SUV pulled up behind me, and he was slamming on his brakes. I'm like, I'm so embarrassed. I would go faster. I just don't know what the speed limit is, and it's all along the beachway. So I don't know if there's pedestrians or there's bicyclists. There's all sorts of stuff. And I might say, Ben, you got it going on. And but it's local. Locals know what the pace is.
Yeah, we do.
Tourists should also be respectful of that pace, but within, following the law as well, trying not to speed and get caught doing it, right? Anyway, right. So that actually happened. So we're talking a little bit. We started talking about other things, and then we led into that conversation. Somebody was writing, can you touch on these junkyards?
Junkyards.
They're actually businesses where people are operating out of their homes, right?
You operate a junkyard out of your
basically
house?
they buy these cars, or they have
Okay.
these cars, or they amass these cars. Okay. And then they take their parts.
Following.
Right, so it becomes like a junkyard. So what they don't do is they don't remove these cars. So it invades the space of the entire block.
Whole block.
And so what the suspicion is in some of these communities is that these junkyards are actually businesses, and these businesses are operating without a license. So somebody's got they've been able to make a living without having to pay taxes, without having to file with the business license for a business license, and then violating all of the rules about abandoned cars or junk cars and how it has taken up so much of the street.
Okay.
And plus that it's an eyesore.
Right. coming out and I see your 1945 Honda Civic.
1945.
It's like,
that's
you
a
know,
collector's item,
you
I
ain't
would
got
think.
parts for that. Like, let's keep it real. You ain't gonna find no parts for that.
They strip it of parts, right? And like Luhan's runs the Luhan, they have a tow yard, junkyard up in Totu, and that spot. I mean, they catalog every part that they take from some of these vehicles, right?
Nice.
And they're all parked there, and they just mine them for whatever parts that are needed. And we had to go up from an older model car. I went with somebody who had to go get a part. It's all categorized. It's cataloged. So, they just ask you what the name of the car is. I mean, the make and the model and the year of the car. And they'll identify the part because they have a catalog. Okay. And then they go and they tell you where. I mean, they'll go and have somebody retrieve it from a particular, I guess, where a distribution place. Yeah, right. Where they have probably salvaged that part from another older model car. That's a business. Hey. That's a place.
They're doing it the right way.
They're doing it the right way.
Following it by the books, yes.
And there are people who aren't doing it the right way, which is what is the cause of all of this conversation. But it sounds like, because there was something in the paper, I can't remember which one, about the the
abandoned
tires.
Vehicles?
No,
Okay.
the tire.
Oh, tires.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the whole that when you discard a tire or you have your tire changed or whatever.
Right.
We have to pay a fee for that. In order, if you remove a tire, they'll charge you a certain amount of money to remove that tire, to get rid of that tire. And so in the paper, they're talking about how they're building up as little tire cemeteries where they haven't actually been picked up. And so these tires are sitting in these cemeteries and nobody's doing anything about it. And so people were wondering out loud, where's all of our money going if we are paying a particular amount of money for it to be discarded? Where is the money going if we see these tires laying around everywhere? I got to go find the story, but it's
You mean
somewhere.
they're throwing tires at the cemetery?
No.
I'm
sorry.
Okay.
I was making a reference to.
We got a tire junkyard somewhere.
Yeah, or
Right.
they're just being I don't know where they're going or who's discarding them or
But they're not
dumping them.
recycling properly.
They're not. Yeah, they're not getting rid of them the way that we are. But that mostly businesses are the ones who actually do this. Where businesses are the ones who take the fee, but we don't know where they send those tires. Once I don't know if it's a recycling fee, but we don't know where the tires go after that.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's that. I'm trying to find out where the story. I read it in one of the papers. I just don't remember which one it was. Anyway, I'm sure I will find it because a lot of people are right now having some issues about what we're doing on the roadways and how are we going to fix some of these places. I also wanted to hit on a couple of other things. I was reading the Magistrate's report, a few things that are happening right now. People are desperate. And during the holiday season, you get a lot of desperate people who are trying to keep up with the Joneses, basically. And they want to buy these Christmas gifts. They want to have money for Christmas. They either don't have it.
You mean
or
like Joe Jones, the Jones?
Oh no, I meant it's a term. Keeping up with the Joneses.
I got it. I'm being quiet over here because
No,
I'm
no,
being
no, you're
lost
good.
in the sauce. I'm like, hold on, like Mr. Jones,
not the
like
actual
Triple J?
Joneses. Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
I'm
That's so
trying
funny.
to follow. Okay.
When I said
I'm
it, I
like-
also thought the same thing.
I know. I was like, Mr. Jones. We're
Yeah,
talking
they're
about
all
Mr.
keeping
Jones?
up with the Joneses.
We love Mr. Jones.
Oh my God, that's
okay.
funny. That's funny.
like,
I never heard anybody actually call it out because when you refer keeping up with the Joneses, it's just a sort of an old adage that people use to say that you don't have what your neighbor has, but we actually do have a Jones.
We got Mr.
family
Jones.
here,
I
so,
love
yeah.
the Joneses.
Keep up
Okay.
with the Joneses. Okay.
I got you. Okay, keep going.
Anyway, so
I got it.
So in pursuit, to
Yes.
just have financial means for the holidays, you just see a lot of crime being committed. There are more people who are ripping off stuff, or they're just so desperate for whatever they're desperate for, right? Stuff because they don't have money. And so you gotta watch out. Police do have historically, traditionally, like increase patrols. I'm not sure they're going to do that in these neighborhoods, or because we have neighborhood watch programs in all, maybe some villages have at least 2 of them, that people are like constantly keeping an eye on the neighborhood to make sure that there are no foreign cars or any of that stuff coming up to try to rip something off. Because the house break-ins tend to increase during the holiday period. You know, people are generous. They've got presents under the tree. You know, the old days you used to stage the tree right by the window so you can admire it from the streets. Some people say that's the worst idea ever now, is because they know that you have a tree in your, and so therefore you must have presents underneath the tree, and we know exactly where the tree is, so we know exactly where the target is to go and done and done. So you just got to be a little bit more careful. And I was kind of half, I don't know if I was laughing at it. Maybe I was amused. I guess that's a good idea, because I wasn't laughing at somebody else's peril. But there's a story about how a girl was given a ride by a guy, and he dropped her off at his destination and then went home. And the following day, he went out to go pay a bill and noticed that his wallet was missing.
Uh-oh.
And he had some bank cards in there. He had like $500 cash. He just had enough stuff in there to be concerned. And then he realized it had to have been the girl who he'd given a ride to, who took his entire wallet. So he went to check his account, and he found out that it has been used.
What? I gave you a ride and you robbed me?
You took and she used, come on. She used his credit card or his bank card to buy stuff. Thank you, babe.
Wow.
That not only did they, not just buying stuff, she bought like sandals.
Okay.
She bought like tea. She bought 2. Okay, here's the one that shocked me, because these are minor things, little things that she was buying, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, actually, I take it back. She bought 2 cell phones that were on sale.
Sandals, Patty? I mean,
yeah, she bought sandals for herself.
Like $65 a pop.
Well, it was like $11.99. I think she got it from a mom and pop store.
Okay, we're looking at Temu. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
All
We're
right,
looking at Temu with a higher price.
All right, go ahead. Okay.
So she bought 2 packs of Camel cigarettes.
I can't.
And
I can't.
I looked at the value of the 2 packs.
Fix?
I guess the Camels. I didn't even know anybody still.
Nicotine fix.
Yeah, I didn't even know that people still smoke Camels. My grandfather did without filter. That was crazy.
Wow.
Without
filter. Okay.
I was amused at the story. Right. I mean, I was amusing because the only part I chuckled at was 2 packs of Camel cigarettes for $9.50 each.
Okay. $9.50
for a pack of cigarettes.
I'd quit. Shoot, Dave. $10.
But you don't smoke cigarettes.
I
You
don't.
vape mostly, right?
Yeah, I do.
But I mean, I don't know what the prices are about that. But when I did smoke back, 30 some years ago,
this will take me almost 3 weeks
to finish that.
3 weeks.
That's a vape.
This is a vape. 3 weeks.
How much is that?
Okay. $6.45.
$6.45.
$6.45. I'm a member. I'm sorry. I'm a
member.
member.
You're a member. Otherwise, what's the non-member price?
Be about $9.
Oh, and that's 3 weeks.
Yeah, and this will get me 3 weeks.
Oh, 24 cigarettes is still 24 cigarettes in a pack?
I think so.
$9.50.
Hold on.
Okay, and that
Book
will
of
last
zigzags,
what, a
30
day?
leaflet. I'm
That's an
comparing
expensive
cigarettes
habit.
and zigzags books here.
Oh,
I'm
sorry.
like, wait, hold on.
Okay.
Wait, there's like
Somebody's
30.
telling on herself.
I know. I'm like, hold on. Wait a second. Let me count. Okay, yeah.
That's like me saying I went to a party and there was Fanini.
Yeah,
okay. Good
We're
job,
just
Patty.
snitching on ourselves.
I was snitching on myself.
We got cops coming up next. Let's not do this.
We're sitting ducks.
I'm telling you, bring the cops.
So, I mean, it doesn't even make sense to smoke cigarettes anymore.
For sure.
I mean, for a number of reasons anyway, but if we were just looking at the cost, if it costs you not, the non-member price $9.50, you could, and that would last 3 weeks.
3 weeks.
Depending on if you're a pack a day. Right. You're hurting every month. You're paying some big dollars.
For real. Mm-hmm.
For cigarettes.
It's
right?
real. Just quit.
Oh God, yeah. You know,
Just quit.
but $950. I was like, girl,
That's a little pricey.
I wonder if she she only needed two. I don't know if she didn't know how much money was on this credit card.
And
on this.
camels, that's kind of strong. That's gonna hurt your throat.
It's hardcore, man.
That's ouch.
First of all,
Ow.
taking the guy's wallet from the center console.
That part, Patty.
That's just some
That's
good
just not
Samaritan giving somebody a ride,
That's wild.
and then she rips him off. You know.
Wasn't there one? We had one a few weeks back, and he
Uh-huh.
also stole a wallet. And while he stole the wallet, he was out like tipping the hotel. Out someone's
Was it
credit
credit card?
He was like, it's just a wonderful day. Let me give you a tip. He went and
Yeah,
got a
oh my
massage.
God.
And really, he got himself a massage. Got his foot
That's
done.
just not.
I cannot. I can't with these.
That's
these
just
days.
not.
I'll be big man. I'm like, I don't even get a massage, and you use my credit
And
card to go get a massage.
This is what discourages people from. This is what discourages people from
Mm-hmm.
wanting to be, a good Samaritan, right? How many times have you passed in? You've seen somebody needing a ride, hitchhiking or whatever, and you just want to help them out, but then you tend not to, because even good Samaritans get into trouble when their intents are to, be kind to somebody, kind to humanity or whatever, and then you just don't know what's going to happen. And once those doors close in the car. Except, like I told you about the homeless guy that I picked up. He wasn't homeless.
Patty, stop. Can you please stop?
He was a religious type.
How did you know?
Because he was
I
wearing
mean, was
a
he wearing
frock.
Jesus slippers?
He was wearing Jesus slippers, and he was wearing a frock. I think he was more like into like a spiritual denomination. It wasn't affiliated with a church as much as he had like a spiritual. I can't remember his name. He did tell me, but I conveniently forgot it because I was afraid he might try to sue me. But he was sitting in the front seat of my car. And we were bebopping along. I mean, he looked he was absolutely harmless. He was wearing one of those, it was sort of a frock, a religious frock. And it wasn't a denomination like Catholicism or Christianity or whatever. It was more like he was a spiritual type, right? Anyway, he could have been a Buddhist monk for all I know.
Could have been.
But he was dressed in the religious gown, and he was older. I felt like I could take him.
You've
That's
got
where
a
I
good
go.
Heart, Patty, but you
No, no.
got to stop. You got to stop. It's not
Well,
safe.
I don't know if he will ever accept a ride from me again, because I slammed on the brakes, East Agania at the Shell station. Right. I slammed on the brakes, and my first reaction was to do what? You have a passenger in the front seat. You slam on the brakes. What do? You stick your arm out.
Why are you
I did
sticking
that
your arm out?
because it was just a reflex. Okay. I stuck my arm out to stop his face from going into although he was wearing a seatbelt. It's a mom. It's a mom thing. You just naturally. Maybe they did this when we were growing up and we had no seatbelts. That your mother was the back of your mom's hand was the seatbelt, right?
Yeah, I got you.
Your mom's palm was your seatbelt. So I swing my arm to stop no momentum, and he was in a seatbelt from fast forward. And I guess I touched his chest area.
Got you.
And I think that was enough for him to get out of the car. He literally said, "I'm good here." And I'm like, I thought we were going into like Daddy doors. He goes, I'm good. He goes, no, I'm good here. Thank you so much for the ride. Peace be with you. And I was like dejected. I was like,
wow.
What did I do? What did I say? And I said, I grabbed him.
Okay.
To stop him from face planting into my windshield.
And he took it. Got it.
I think he thought that was either a pass or I'm a grown man and I know how to not put my face through a windshield.
A windshield.
And you touched me, lady.
Well,
I was mortified today. I have never seen that man again.
It's okay.
I didn't even know where. I have no idea where he was.
All right, that will be the last pedestrian that you need to pick up.
This is so true.
Last
Never
pedestrian,
again.
please,
Never again.
Yes,
okay. So Island Girl Power. Is this Juanita?
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, Juanita.
Hafa Adai.
Hafa Adai.
I wanted to get on and make the announcement for our violin classes. We have a really special opportunity that has been afforded to us thanks to Miss Jamie Chu. And her sister started this I'd like to say about 6 years ago. Mm-hmm. And she's a senior at St. John's, and she's going to be giving violin classes from now until May 2nd. And it's for young people ages 7 to 15, and it's $20 a month. The classes are on Saturdays from 9 to 10:30. So,
where's it
really
at?
special opportunity.
Where's that at? Up there at Island Girl Power?
At Island Girl Power, yeah, we have a beautiful renovated second building. It's a resiliency hub partnered with MCCA, and the classes are going to be in air-conditioned area, and we have about 8 spots left.
Okay.
And I'll take sign in, take registrations over the phone. And there is an Eventbrite on it, but it's something I have to send the link to them.
Okay. Again, when is this?
Saturdays from 9 to 10:30. And I think that most of the people I've communicated with in the past 3 weeks have other schedules during that time. But we're going on her availability, and she's a quite talented young lady, and we're lucky to have her.
Well, I'm glad that you called. Is it open to everybody? You don't have to be a member of Island Girl Power?
Absolutely not. It's open for young boys and girls, and 7 to 15 is the only criteria so far. There's a couple of adults that have asked if she'd open it up to adult students. I want to make sure to give the opportunity to the kids first, and then see maybe towards the end of the entire 5-month session, we may just have some time frames for adults to jump in.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate this, Juanita. Thank you so much.
And my phone number?
Yeah, 688-4752.
Oh, God bless you. Yes,
you're welcome.
It's nice to hear you guys back and forth. And yes, Patti, that is a total mom thing to stick your arm out.
Thank
and block the
you.
person.
It was a fine line between assault and saving someone's life. That's what
and no matter seatbelt or not, it automatically just goes out there.
Yeah, it does.
And just
I don't know where that comes from. I can see my parents, my mother doing this only because we didn't have seatbelts when we were growing up. So that might have been like the OG seatbelt was to stop your face from going into the windshield by your mom's arm. Right. And that was my mom had a pretty strong arm because that was the same one used to spank us. So it was a really good arm. But this was
a very strong arm.
Very strong arm. Don't underestimate the power of a woman's right arm.
It's the same thing. They say in the airplane, put your mask on before you put the mask of somebody else.
Oh, yeah.
But it's like right in that split second, we're thinking about ourselves and the person next to us. So it's kind of interesting.
Oh, wow. I never thought about that. I mean, you put it on the child. You put the mask on the child or yourself, and then you put it on the child is what they say, right? Well, because
you put it on yourself and then help somebody else. But, man, it's amazing how the mind works, the split second, and we're already reaching out to help somebody else. So I appreciate the conversation this morning.
Well, I have to say that if on the plane going over, I was in the exit row, and there's a speech they give in the exit row, and that it's like, are you able and willing to assist us in the event of an emergency? And if you don't want to do it, say it now, and then we'll move you off to another seat. So what the rules are in an exit row. You're not going to sit there in a long flight and get hammered. That's for sure. But you know that you have a responsibility. So I take that one very seriously, because if they're coming to me and they're saying you need to, open that door, and I can't do it, then I've failed in helping and what my responsibility is. So I went to get the what's that thing called? The little pamphlet in the front seat, the seat before you. In the back of it, they have like the pamphlet that shows you the details of the plane in the event of emergency, or the lights that you follow, and blah, 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 blah. So I was studying the plane because my role was important. I'm making sure that I'm going to be able to know how to open that hatch, and I'll know what cords to pull if I'm going to be assisting the flight attendant. While I'm walking by, the flight attendant pats me on my shoulder, and she's like, "You're going to be okay."
Good on you. Good on you. Because I've taken some flights where the person is like, I'm just here for the extra leg room.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, you're right. There was a little.
Anybody.
Oh, that's right. There was a little more. There was a little more room that way. Okay. Well, I take that back. Then maybe it is for the extra leg room. For me, it wasn't. I took the job very seriously. I was very proud of myself. Anyway. All right, girl.
Well, if I can, could I just mention about the thrift store? Because I don't think most people know that we've reopened.
I was just going to ask you about that anyway. Go ahead.
Yay! Okay, so our thrift store kind of went to an outdoor sale thing since April, and we had some renovations done that were part of a FEMA GURA renovation. So we've reopened and redecorated and rearranged everything. Mm-hmm. So our business hours are Thursdays and Fridays, 10 to 3, and Saturdays from 8 until 4 o'clock.
Okay. All right, good to know. The thrift store has a lot of really good products in there. If you're looking for, some stuff that you couldn't find anywhere else. It's a lot of people's treasures that are donated to Island Girl Power, and the thrift store is really a great place to go shopping if you're looking for some things that maybe you couldn't find in the regular stores. Merry Christmas to you, Juanita. Have a wonderful day. Thanks so much for letting us know.
Christmas, and all of you stay safe. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Take good care. 8:42 now. Let's go ahead and we didn't do that. Okay, we better. We'll be right back.
Federal and U.S. postal employees and annuitants. It's time for you to choose your health plan for the coming year. Pick the health plan that offers you more choices for you and your family. Choose from an on-island network including GMH, GRMC, STA, IHP, AMC, GRC, the FHP Health Center, as well as off-island providers throughout Asia, the U.S., and Hawaii. For yourself and your family, choose Take Care during federal open season from November 10th to December 8th. Take Care, our island, your health plan.
Attention high school students, it's time to bust a move and bring the heat with the Power 98 Step Up Challenge. Show off your best dance moves, rep your school, and get ready to shine on the longest running video competition on the island. This year, the competition expands from senior classes to all clubs in every high school on Guam. Submit your video, get featured, and let the island see what you've got. Are you ready to step up and dance your way to the spotlight and big money prizes for your class or club? If you're down and want more information, email me at hbs@glimpsesofguam.com. The Power 98 Step Up Challenge is presented by Kanya Shopping Center, Bank of Guam, and sponsored by Domino's Pizza.
Hafa Adai, Guam. Engage in a conversation made for the veterans of Guam with Johnny and Miss Bobby. We want to hear concerns and comments. Tune in every Wednesday for our new time, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. on Wave 105, the talk of Guam.
Are you planning a trip to the Philippines? Why not come back feeling healthier and more rejuvenated? At the Medical City, we offer world-class healthcare services, including comprehensive executive checkups and top-tier aesthetic treatments for as low as $530. Imagine lounging on white sandy beaches, shopping at top-tier shopping centers, and indulging in premium healthcare all in one vacation. Book your getaway now and experience the best of both worlds. The Medical City, your trusted partner in health.
Bolt your doors, lock your windows, turn off your lights, and come with me into the Weird Darkness. I'm Darren Marlar, the host of Weird Darkness, every Thursday night from 6 to 8 here on Wave 105.1. Every week on Weird Darkness, you'll hear 2 hours of stories of the paranormal, supernatural, legends, lore, crime, conspiracy, mysterious, macabre, unsolved, and unexplained. Weird Darkness, this Thursday night at 6 on Wave 105.1.
Hafa Adai, Guawasi Pauly Suba. Don't forget to catch the Brightside every weekday afternoon from 2 to 6 on Wave 105. From big laughs to big issues, if it's happening on island, we're breaking it down with island leaders, business owners, and you. Take a break from all of that shade and join the Brightside on Wave 105.
Eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience or delivery right to your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com is powered by Good To Go. We deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh. Rock around all the Christmas trees. Happy holidays from Wave 105 FM.
8:46 in the morning, about 8:45. Boy, this morning has gone by fast. Somebody writes to me a few minutes ago.
Okay. All right, let's go.
Because I stuck my arm out.
Yes, good job, Patty.
And somebody said, I do the arm thing too. I used to drive several sisters-in-law around. They tease that I want to grab their own susu.
See,
and I'm like,
look,
hey.
It was across the guy's chest. It would have been different if it was like on his lap.
I might have hit his middle of his stomach. They're probably too close for comfort.
Yeah, see, that's where I'm going.
Yeah, I probably didn't get up in the chest area as much as I was down in the belly button area because he was kind of tall.
Okay.
His torso was tall.
Oh.
So when I went to grab, I probably hit his belly button. That probably just felt too much like
Patty,
he was being
why
accosted.
Are you picking up people 10 times your size?
Well, it was either him or me. You know what I mean? I mean, let's be serious. I mean, if the worst is that I tried to grope him, I mean, not grope him. Well, I mean, if he thought that I was trying to grope him, I was. Honestly, good Lord and mercy. That's not ever anything I was. I was just trying to strike up a conversation with somebody who dressed differently, who I found to be walking on the streets quite a bit.
Good for you, Patty.
And he wasn't like he was homeless. He looked like he was evangelizing.
All right. Okay.
He was spreading the word of, of God.
All right. Well, we had an incident where, someone picked up some couple of folks on the road, and it didn't go well, Patty. That's all I'm saying. It didn't go well. So
You're
just,
right.
just be
the
careful.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to pick up. I'm not going to pick up some dude, or some chick on the roadway. You know what I mean? Unless she's got like kids or something.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, but you just, people. That's I think.
It's hard,
I think we
'cause we're
wrestle
just
with that
nice
here.
people.
We do.
We just
we
got
wrestle
good
with
hearts.
that. We wrestle with people who we see that are in need of something, and then your heart says yes, but your common sense says no.
Don't do it. Don't do it. It's hard.
And that's the hardest part, because I don't know. There are people who, when they see folks, and this is a story everybody tells, I tried to buy them food, and they flat out refused the food.
See?
They didn't want the food; they wanted the money under the guise that they, and so now we're picky about our needy, right?
Right.
Because our needy may look like they are on ice, or they're drunk, or they've got some sort of issue, habit or vice, or they're an alcoholic or something that, hey, ma'am, can I have $1? Well, the dollar's not really getting you anywhere. So my thought is you're asking probably about 20 people for $1.
Right.
Right. So you're amassing maybe a small little, cash fortune that that if I just say, listen, bro, this restaurant is right here, and it's like a takeout place. I said, I will go in there. We'll go get a plate lunch, because then you go, okay, what's the $1 for? Oh, I want to buy food. Okay, well, let's go. I'll go buy you food. I'm no, because whatever and like, then I can't, man. I don't. Where are you gonna spend it? And so we have to think about.
Yeah. What are they doing?
And I hate that.
What are you doing?
I hate that, because you really do want to help people.
Right.
But
you guys
we
got
have to
drugs
project-
for $1? Is it really that cheap? Y'all got drugs for $1?
No, but I'm saying they're asking like 20 other people. Right.
It's like, where are you going with 50 cents? Is it that cheap? Come on, get out of here.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Because, 'tis the season, and we all have that, spirit in our hearts and in our minds, and we want to try and do something. So here's what you can do.
Mm-hmm.
I think the alternative to maybe, like dollaring everybody, right?
Gotcha. I'm
Because
following.
that's kind of adds up. You kind of want to help. You could possibly give to an organization. You could possibly take it to the church, your church or another. You could take it to a Catholic church or a denomination thereof, and then you can say, hey, are you guys helping out the homeless? This is what I want to do. So it makes it much easier. Like, it's kind of like I went to Kmart. Was it Kmart or Macy's? One of the two.
Probably
could have
both.
been Macy's.
You went to both?
No, I hardly ever go, so I'm not sure which one was asking me for money.
Okay, go.
It was for.
That's good.
In the end, they're like, do you want to donate to, St. Jude's Children's Hospital?
That's cool.
Right? And then you go, yes, and sometimes what they do is they ask if you just want to round it up to the nearest dollar.
For sure.
Right? Instead, it's like, your purchase is $18.63. Do you want to donate, up to.
And they look you right in the eye, say, hey, I see you. So
Yeah. Do you want to donate to the next solid to sort of even out your purchase, right? With no cents. That makes sense. And enough of those for people. 40 cents here and there might not be a big deal. Might be a big deal toward the end of the day. And so when you go to the one and then you give them, the remainder to round up to the nearest dollar or two, or however high you want to go, right? You want to even it out. Then you go to another department and buy something else. They ask you to do the same thing. And I want to say no, but I also don't want to because I just did. So I tend to just say I just did. I did. Or some of them feel like the business, it feels like I'm not sure whether or not that cash box in front of you is really going to go to that organization.
Big facts.
Yeah.
Big facts.
When you're collecting donations, and the best place to do this is at the checkout stands, at the cashiers. You just go there and there's like a box and it has cash in it. And then they say, do you want this to go? You are hoping that is exactly where the donation is going to go. But it's not on you if it doesn't, because you're still going to feel good about the pad or whatever it is that you were trying to do. It's the people who may not actually be collecting that for. Be careful. Because people right now prey on folks who have, guilt issues. They want to help out. They're willing to donate money and they want to, do something. People have guilt issues if they can't. And if you're approached and face to face, then, so you got to be careful. You got to be careful. And these stores have to be careful about who they allow to stand in front of their store to do this kind of stuff. Like the Salvation Army bell ringing thing, that's a kettle that's is a lockbox, right? So nobody, unless they have a key, can open that box, and it's generally someone for the organization. When they're not just putting, money in a box, they're putting it in a secured receptacle. So, just when God knows your heart, as they say. If you are feeling that this is something that you want to give and it's coming from your heart, you can't be blamed. You can't be blamed if you do so and it turns out to be a fraud. You can't, it's not you. You did what you thought in your good heart, but somebody didn't on the other end of that. But here's where you have to get really, really picky is when you open up your mail. Apparently, that whole thing with DRT, they have now people that are getting notices from IRS.
Okay.
And that notices are saying that they haven't paid their taxes and they're about ready to start taking your paychecks. They're giving things like don't panic or ignore it. The IRS, according to the IRS's own guidelines, there are a lot of people who are getting this letter. Every notice or letter should be reviewed carefully. Check what it says. Is it balance due, refund adjustment, identity verification, or other issues? Respond by the due date if the letter asks for action. If you agree with what the IRS says, you owe money or they made a correction, follow the instructions, pay or respond as needed. If you think the notice is wrong, gather any supporting documents, follow the dispute instructions and laid out in the letter. Or if you're in Guam and want to help navigating, you have to, and you're unsure what the notice means, go to DRT and they'll tell you. Local taxpayers may not be familiar with IRS notices and feel uncertain about how to respond correctly. Having DRT as a local bridge can help you avoid mistakes. Because, so apparently these letters are going out to people. I need to find out what the notice is. And the fact that people are getting it, they're scared of not doing it. Because we don't have to deal with the IRS over here. We deal with DRT. And so when you get something from the IRS, it makes it much more difficult to not be intimidated, right? So that's what they're saying. If you received it, because these federal notices can be confusing, go to the income tax branch for help and bring in the letter, your tax returns over the past couple of years, a valid ID, any document the notice mentions, and if there's a balance, make sure that you have a proof that it was paid. So here's the thing, that they have these scams where people have, for example, in a case of somebody close to me, The scam was they stole his identity, and they took out they took out a couple of loans on the person's credit, and then the credit they defaulted because they stole somebody's identity. They were able to get the property, but they left that person hanging for the bill. Oh. So it had gone into, repossession or whatever. There was just a bunch of stuff on the credit report that said that somebody had stolen their identity. And then the failure to pay taxes and all of this stuff, it just came up. And it was this really damning letter. And they said, you owe like $2,000 or something. It was a small amount by comparison, because some people get stiff for like 50, 60 grand. So it was like $2,000, and they were going to, or it was 20 grand. Sorry, it was 20 grand. And they were going to start to garnish the person's paycheck of $2,000 a month for the next 10 months. Just everything about it sounded wrong, because it's just clearly, it's not you. And so they went to DRT, and DRT sent a letter to a place. It's I can't remember the name of the tax company. The taxes something. It was an office of the IRS where you can make complaints about, what IRS giving you notices that are not true, and then they research it and they fix it. But you have to go through that. The DRT has to go through that office in Hawaii. The nearest one is in Hawaii, and they have to clear you. Otherwise, don't ignore it. Whatever you do, don't ignore it, because and don't act on it if it's suspicious. If you don't owe the IRS money, go to Revenue and Tax. They'll clear it for you. But bring all of this stuff, because a lot of people are 'tis the season to be jolly, but it's also the season to be had. Mm. And that's the last thing you want to do. That's the last thing you want to do. Okay.
That's true.
Mm-hmm. So there's a couple of other things that I wanted to talk about. The kids in the office, and I'm talking about Guam Youth Congress. Okay. They got something going on.
What they're up to?
They're trying to fortify these bus stops and make them safer for kids. And, because kids, they're like mini playgrounds, and they're sometimes right by the roadway. So the Guam Youth Congress has passed a resolution that they hope will protect kids that are standing at the bus stops. And apparently this is coming from out of the mouths of babes. These are not career politicians. They haven't necessarily been elected into office to be paid, but they're coming up with some really good ideas, because they're, typically kids that are either in high school or coming out of high school that are representing the mindset of the youth. So they're onto something with the bus stop. Somebody's paying attention, and we're glad that they are. We'll talk about that much more on the other side of 9 o'clock. CBS News is coming up next. The big story in the last hour was that the MRI doctor said that they were looking at his heart, and so far there's nothing to be said about his health. It's 9 a.m. KGUM-FM in Dedido, Guam.
McCormick, the White House today defended a second strike on an alleged drug boat back in September that had 2 possible survivors on board. Correspondent Ed O'Keefe reports.
The White House press secretary saying that confirming that there were these 2 strikes on the boat in question. She refers to Admiral Bradley, that is Admiral Frank Bradley, who serves as commander of the United States Special Operations Command since October, and she said that he operated within his legal rights, and that is because the president has now classified this whole situation essentially as a terrorist operation, and so in the view of the White House, at least, they have the legal means to carry this out.
Lawmakers from both parties support congressional reviews of the strikes. The White House says it's optimistic about the chances for a deal to end the war in Ukraine. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
Special Envoy Witkoff is on his way to Russia. This is sort of the shuttle diplomacy that you've seen from this administration play out, where we speak equally with both sides. We've put points on paper. Those points have been very much refined. But as for the details, I will let the negotiators negotiate. But we do feel quite good.
At a White House Christmas party today, President Trump talked about the 2 National Guard troops who were shot last week in Washington. One remains in serious condition.
He's a fabulous young man, highest. Both of them were the best everything, the best of their class, the best of their class. And maybe he'll be okay. He's going through a lot.
The suspect from Afghanistan struggled with mental health issues, according to a caseworker. CBS's Nicole Skanga has more.
Psychiatric trauma is really common among asylum seekers, especially veterans of U.S.-backed units like Lockenwall's. But this kind of concern from a caseworker should have triggered additional review, support, intervention, and possibly monitoring.
There were more travel delays today as a storm system swept across the northern part of the country.
Our flight was canceled, so we rented a car and drove to Omaha, from Omaha to Phoenix and Phoenix to here.
Geez, so how long was that journey?
All day yesterday till this morning. So this is our honeymoon, so we kind of did what we could to make it happen.
Jason Brooks reports home prices have remained steady despite lower sales because of delistings.
Redfin reports that nearly 85,000 U.S. sellers removed their listings in September, a 28% gain from a year earlier and the highest level for September in 8 years. The report says that 7 in 10 listings were considered stale in September.
On Wall Street today, stocks finished lower. The Dow Jones Industrial's off 427 points. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive. See why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive to stay protected on the road. See for yourself at Progressive.com.
A KFC tale in the pursuit of flavor. The holidays were tricky for the Colonel. He loved people, but he also loved peace and quiet. So he cooked up KFC's $4.99 chicken pot pie. Warm, flaky, with savory sauce and vegetables. It's a tender chicken-filled excuse to get some time to yourself and step away from decking the halls. Whatever that means. The Colonel lived so we could chicken. KFC's Chicken Pot Pie. The best $4.99 you'll spend this season.
Prices and participation may vary while supplies last. Taxes, tips, and fees extra.
Selling your home, it's one of the biggest financial decisions you'll ever make. You could go it alone, trying to navigate market trends, determine fair pricing, and tackle tricky negotiations on your own. You could second-guess every decision, wondering if you're doing it right. Then there's the showings, the offers, and the mountain of paperwork. Or you could work with the expertise of a realtor, here to guide and help protect as you make your next big move. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
A man in Altadena, California has an unwanted tenant, as Karen Adams reports.
It seems this bear likes it here in the crawl space of Ken Johnson's home. Ken says it's been denning in the space since last week.
I hear him moving around from the kitchen. He's right underneath the kitchen.
California Fish and Wildlife told Ken to fill out a report online, but he has a plan.
I want to go to Home Depot and get my sandbags and bear spray.
The bear is tagged and huge. People here recognize it because of its markings. They call him Barry. Karen Adams for CBS News, Los Angeles.
8 years after switching to plastic containers, the maker of Old Bay seasoning is bringing back the original tin cans. The logo and design will remain the same for the switch back to the original packaging. The company says the decision was made to honor generations of fans who have made Old Bay a staple. I'm Cammie McCormick, CBS News.
Are you more than $10,000 in debt? Feel like you're on a never-ending treadmill? Staying in one place and never getting ahead with those minimum payments? You feel like there's no way out? Don't let the credit card companies bully you anymore. There are programs in place to help you get free of your debt, and you don't have to pay the entire amount you owe. The program at Total Financial Freedom can help you get debt-free in months instead of decades. Get off the debt treadmill and stop the harassment. Get free of credit card debt, signature loans, department store cards, internet loans, and medical bills. Call now for free information. 800-426-2119. For almost 20 years, Total Financial Freedom has helped thousands. They're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, too. Get off the endless cycle without having to declare bankruptcy. You'll have the right to settle your debt for a mere fraction of what you owe. Call Total Financial Freedom now at 800-426-2119. That's 800-426-2119.
Buenas and Hafa Adai, it's Damon Michael, your GDOE PIO. Make sure you tune in every Friday at 10 a.m. for our agency's Educuento series, where we give you the latest and greatest from the Department of Education.
Just moved to Guam? Welcome to paradise. Let the GuamGuide.com be your ultimate island guide. From first-time tips to hidden gems, we've got it all. Visit us at theguamguide.com and connect with us on Instagram at The Guam Guide.
Let's boogie at the Guam International Dance Festival from December 5th through the 7th with over 20 competing dance groups from Japan, Taiwan, Malaysia, Korea, and Guam. The festival features 2 competition categories, cultural and contemporary, showcasing diversity, movement, and artistry from Guam and across the region. Plus, celebrity judges, master classes, and a special performance by K-pop dance sensation Enfer. You don't want to miss this one. Details at visitguam.com and follow Visit Guam on socials. Guam International Dance Festival is a GVB signature
This
event.
holiday season, Subway turns up the crave with the limited time festive flavors collection. A lineup of 3 bold sub rings in beloved holiday flavors in handhelds with Subway's extra festive stuffing and cranberry sauce. Take a bite on the wild side with the Turhampton, oven roasted turkey, ham, tender rotisserie style chicken layered with Monterey cheddar, herb stuffing, onion, sweet cranberry sauce, and mayo. Served on hearty multigrain bread. Or set the Friendsgiving feast abuzz with the festive turkey and the festive chicken. Put a fresh twist on holiday feasting. Only at Subway. Eat fresh, feel good.
Anything's possible. I push to the limits. I climb every wall. I keep on believing. Anything's possible.
If there's one thing we've learned, it's never to underestimate the spirit and strength of the people of our island home. Which is why at Bank of Hawaii, you, your dreams, and your possibilities will always have a home. Reach your possible with Bank of Hawaii. Member FDIC.
Parents, do you notice if your child is having trouble with talking, learning, or avoids eye contact and social interaction? Your child may show signs of autism. If you have a concern with your child's development, call 311 Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. excluding holidays. Connect early for your child to receive the services they need. This early childhood ad is made possible through funding of the Administration for Children and Families via the Guam Department of Public Health and Social Services Division of Children's Wellness.
This holiday season, Chili's is making celebrations easier and tastier. Every platter you order comes with a free chips and salsa appetizer. Whether you're hosting a party or just craving bold flavors, Chili's has got you covered. Only at Chili's. Great value and memories happen here.
Every company needs money for investments to help grow our working capital to take on today's economy. That's why Bank Pacific's commercial loan officers stand ready to help you. We offer several programs tailored to assist companies to get to the next step, or perhaps for a startup, including working with SBA and GITA. Bank Pacific. And we want to be your partner. Equal opportunity lender. Credit conditions apply.
Burger King's double cheeseburger line is here. The classic double, bacon double, and rodeo double. The classic features 2 flame grilled beef topped with pickles, ketchup, mustard, and melty American cheese on a warm sesame seed bun. The bacon has pickles, ketchup, mustard, melty American cheese, and crispy savory bacon. And the rodeo, filled with melty American cheese, tangy barbecue sauce, and onion rings. Make it a meal with cheesy tots and a refreshing Coca-Cola. BK's new double cheeseburgers, available for a limited time only at BK. You rule.
One pill can kill. Fake pills often contain fentanyl. It only takes 2 milligrams of fentanyl, equivalent to a few grains of salt, to be lethal. Fake pills are often sold on social media platforms, making them available to anyone with a smartphone.
Talk early and often to youth about the dangers of misusing prescription drugs and the lethal dangers of counterfeit drugs laced with fentanyl.
Stay informed, stay safe. One pill can kill.
This public service announcement is brought to you by the radio stations of Glimpses Media Group, Wave 105 FM and Power 98. No snow, and that's okay by me. Have a warm and happy holiday from Wave 105 FM.
Looking for this. Oh, here it's Guam Youth Congress. Oh, but welcome back. 9:11 in the morning. Here it is, the 2nd of December. How about that? I'm here for it. Okay, so the resolution or bill that was passed wants to appropriate $1 million to DPW to install safety barriers and protective infrastructure at school bus stops across the island. They passed Bill 9, which is also known as the Guam Student Shield Safety Act of 2025, a decisive step toward safeguarding students from traffic-related hazards while they wait for school transportation. It was introduced by Trevin Atoigui, and it was signed on by several of the representatives. It provides for temporary structures at active pickup and drop-off locations that lack permanent infrastructure. They say the bill is a reflection of what youth leadership can achieve when we listen to our communities and act with purpose. Okay. You go, Mr. Toigui. Our students deserve to feel safe every day, and this legislation ensures that their safety is not an afterthought. It is a priority. So they're going to do an assessment of all the bus stops. That's in the plan. Install no fewer than 2 safety barriers per bus stop. Construction of temporary or permanent protective structures. Establish a safety committee to oversee implementation and compliance. Public feedback system for parents, students, and community members. Biannual progress reports to the Guam Legislature, Guam Youth Congress, and village mayors. Under the bill, the funds appropriated are protected from transfer. Oh, lockboxing, are we? Okay. And will remain with DPW until fully expended. Any surplus will be directed exclusively toward maintenance and repair of the safety infrastructure, it stated. Boom. Yes. Youth Congress. Nice we job. Hear you, babies. Sorry, that was coming from me. That babies, it's just kind of y'all are. But yes, that's absolutely what it looks like with the public testimony that we've heard on this radio station alone this morning in the first couple of hours of the program of people who were calling to talk about areas that they consider to be unsafe in their community, that sometimes you feel like you're talking to nobody. And that the government, if they do hear it, doesn't actually make it a priority. And I get that. Everything needs to be a number one on priority depending on people's, agenda. But the agenda is the community's agenda. It's not just me whining about 10A every time I go up 10A every single day. Yeah, absolutely. I'm worried about myself. Not being able to see the roadways in the dark like that with no reflective lines and stuff. Yes, I drive slower than I normally would through that area, especially during the day, that I will probably pick up the speed because I can actually see where I'm going. I am not the only one, but it does happen to me on a daily basis, so it's in my face every day when I know I've crossed into the center line or I've crossed out into the encroaching lane, oncoming lane, and creating not only a situation for myself, but more so for other people. And so when the guy calls from little old Daddy Doe because he sparked and compelled while we're on the conversation, that spot in Daddy Doe, up by Payless Supermarkets, that whole stretch of Marine Corps Drive, because you can't see it at night. Because you can't see the road. That's your experience. You don't have to, you just know there's a stretch of roadway that you probably dread going down, especially when it's raining. This is northern Guam that we're talking about. This is the most populated area of the island. And so traveling on that roadway with the number of people who travel on that roadway, I don't know where it could be on the list. I have no idea where it would be on anybody's list. But I don't know how you can bottom out, at the bottom of a priority list or center or whatever, and then catapult yourself up to the top of the list. I don't know what it is. Some people think it's because some people says the only way to get the government's attention is if somebody dies on that roadway, or somebody becomes hurt, or somebody crosses the roadway and gets hit, like the dude said. There was, like, the lighting was so bad, somebody darted out in front of him. He didn't see him, and that guy could have been hit. That had been an entirely different story. So, forgive me if I'm whining about something that a place that I frequently, I'm actually happy that I can say something and get somebody's attention for the betterment of everybody than it is me complaining about, I can't buy, beef in the store, right? Because I don't have the money to do it. That's about me. This is not about me. This is not about me at all. This is about everybody else, even people who are way older than me and have to ride these roadways with poor eyesight. Absolutely. Or you don't even have to be old, apparently. Poor lighting is poor lighting. We hit the jackpot the other day when we were talking about, the last hour when we were talking about, what was it that we were talking
The Hornet Sporting Goods.
No, it was another thing. About the road. Oh, people with the lights off. That for some reason we have like X-ray vision on the roadways that people don't need to turn on their headlights at certain times of the day.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That they're guided maybe by the better parts of the highway that have lights and they can see, but they don't know that people can't see them. And the only way to get their attention is to flick your lights on off and tell people your lights are off. But it's dusk and it's dawn. And those are the two where it shifts between using your headlights and turning them off. And that's and it's only when it's at dawn that you're not visible. I mean, you are invisible when your lights are off because you blend in with the darkness of the roadway. 3 times last week alone in one single sitting, one single trip, there were 3 people, and all 3 of those people would have slammed into me had I not just saw a glimpse or a shimmer off their windshield or the reflector lights or something. But those were like dark lights. I was even suggesting that perhaps in places where people tend to not wear, you'd have to identify them, where people tend to think, and there's probably larger highways where they forget that their lights are off in the morning or at nighttime. There are places where on these roadways in the States where there's just one single sign that stands along on the roadway that you're coming up on, and all it says is lights with a question mark. That's all it needed to say, lights. And then they would call attention to people, having to turn on their lights or turn off their lights or whatever it is. But on these long 2-lane highways, and a lot of these cars are made for this, by the way, it's one of those long roadways where the lights are required to stay on when you're driving, even during the day, in these old little country roads where you need to see people, even in the daytime, because sometimes some of it is people take these long stretches of drive and they zone out. And they don't realize that there is an oncoming car and the lights are on. That's one way. That's one reason for them. But back to the schools and the Guam Youth Congress and their plan. We have seen, like in Tumon, there's a bus stop along the heart of Tumon. There's a bus stop where tourists can relax, and some of them are they're all concrete, right? So they're not going to blow over in a typhoon. And they have a guardrail in the front of the bus stop. Okay. So there's like a sidewalk, and then there's a guardrail, and it's just to the exact width of the school bus stop. I mean, it's not even a school bus stop. It's a bus stop for tourists. That's how much we care about our tourists, is that we made sure that if they're standing at a bus stop, it's going to be concrete, and it's going to have like a guardrail. Because when you're that close to the roadway, you could step onto the roadway and not even realize how close. And that's every day for a lot of school buses, where kids are so close to the roadway and especially when they're playing around and running around, that they can step off, lose their balance or whatever, or play chase. God, I see that every once in a while at bus stops when I am at a bus stop, near a bus stop. The kids are playing at the bus stop. And, there's like a lot of like playing tag. Mm-hmm. A kid could not have their brakes on fast enough and run right into the street and not realize they're there. And that, again, the margin of error is very slim because the kids are right up against the street. So I think this is what is nice about youth leadership. I think this kind of leadership this is exactly what it should look like. Identifying a real danger, proposing some practical solutions, and then shoving some money behind it. That's just great to hear. And while the rest of us adults are over here arguing over who should approve hospital contracts and whether ARPA funds will get clawed back, these kids are saying, let's just protect the students standing at the bus stops. How?
Or the homeless that are in the bus stops.
Well, there's that.
You
Oh,
know?
God. They're taking the
Come
presidents
on.
there.
There's like one on Route 15, and I swear there's like a whole family living in that bus stop.
Really?
Patty, this
Did
is
they
good-
share it with the kids in the morning? Are
I
the kids,
I
the
can
kids go
promise
there?
you they have been there for a few years now in that bus stop along Route 15 out there by Marble Cave.
Wow.
Yes, like a whole family living in that. So I'm pretty sure there are no kids coming in and out of that bus stop back road.
That's been, again, it's one of those situations. It's for several years at the beginning of school or somewhere in the middle of the school year, you would have parents that were calling the radio stations and telling us that their kids are trying to wait at the bus stop, but there's a dude in there with an empty vodka bottle, sleeping.
I see.
So this is a shelter for the drunks, right? And so they go there, and then, you don't know what you're going to get out of somebody who's trying to sleep it off. Anything can happen to these babies, right? And so a lot of parents have to stay with the kid to provide security. You've seen that, right? So if I come up on, there's one next to Hornet or next to there's one between Greyhound or right next to Greyhound.
Yes.
Exactly that.
That's right.
Kind
There's one.
of back up into a little grassy knoll. It's a party in there. It's a party.
I'm following.
You don't want to walk on that roadway. You don't want to ride your bike on that roadway if you know that you're going to come up against a bunch of people who live there. And it's a little bit further back off the street, so you can't really see.
Right.
But in that dark little shady area, you got about 40 shady people. Not 40, but you have a bunch of shady people that have taken up residence. So smart on you. I mean, it's a safety bill. It's going to add barriers, add protective structures. And DPW is going to have to assess every single bus stop. This will go through, in this bill, what tends to happen is
They're going to go through every bus stop on Guam. DPW.
Well, that's what they're saying. At every bus stop where kids are, you're going to have to assess the danger to it. And it's $1 million behind it.
Okay.
The Youth Congress doesn't appropriate funding.
Right.
What takes place after they've gone through a public hearing or they pass a bill in the Youth Congress, it's taken up by the senator that has oversight of youth affairs. So that is up to that particular senator to introduce a measure based on that measure, and then the legislature will follow through. So a lot of times these great ideas come out of these young youth leaders,
for sure,
and they're taken to Congress or to whatever, to the Guam legislature, and they refine it, or they amend it, or they add, to either add or take away something. I don't know where they came up with the figure $1 million. $1 million to fortify these places. Are we talking about putting guardrails up? Are we talking about fortifying as in the structure, like they have to be concrete? Because some of them are still wooden structures, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I got you. ID.
So this will require at least 2 safety barriers per stop. And so we'll see. Oh, and the best part about it is the oversight is like it's going to be public feedback.
Okay.
So every year that we hear that there are kids that are playing out in bus stops or kids who are near bus stops where somebody's sleeping off the night's party, doesn't belong there, then those complaints were coming fast and furious. But unfortunately, it's a seasonal issue because yet again, it's a situation of people complaining so much about something that when nothing is done, either they do something about it right away to appease the interest, or they don't do anything about it at all. And then your complaint dies down because now as if we're not protecting these kids, and I don't want to be over dramatic about it, but it is protecting these kids at these bus stops, and parents have to stay. The bus stop parents are sitting there hanging out with their kids, or they're trying to fight off drunks along the way. If that's not the cause for concern, then what is? Where then on the priority list do we fall? And again, we have priority lists. I get it. Roadways on Guam, have gone. They've just been torn up. But as far as signage goes, as far as these bus stops go, as far as reflector tape or reflective devices on the roadways, those are community interests that deal directly with community safety, where there's money apparently for it, and people are screaming about it. But I don't know if this is the last big scream we're going to have before the new year comes, and then it's another one that fell on deaf ears. That's I'm already thinking the worst.
No, don't think the worst, because Charlie Hermosa is online and he absolutely agrees with you. He said, I completely agree, Patty.
Let's go, Charlie.
Yes, he is. He is typing away on our YouTube chat here, so he is there.
Just call, jeez.
Hey, we love you, Charlie. Good morning, Charlie. Yes, but he does agree with what you're saying.
Okay.
So.
Well, and that's great too, because we're speaking on a broader mind, but on a very specific example of something that's happening. But what is frustrating is, where does it go from here? Because I like to have a productive conversation that's actually going to lead to me being right or wrong, or to me to be completely out of place, or for me to hit it right on the money. And it's not, I don't mean that it is an ego point. I'm just meaning that having the conversation, if we're going to scream about it, then you're also going to help to try to find the solutions. And we've given the solutions. These people who are riding on these roadways, or these people who are babysitting their kids at the bus stop, are saying all of the right things. And I just don't know how louder you can get. If the public testimony is being broadcast on a radio station that has potentially thousands and thousands of listeners, then you would like to believe that would be the best vehicle to have a productive resolution. We haven't had any people screaming and yelling over it or being critical they're just saying, can you do it? Is it possible? Can we look at it at least? If you don't agree, because apparently there's money for it, can you just agree that it does need to be done, something and has to happen, and let's do it without, after a while the frustration grows, what happens. So let's see where that one is going to take us. The other thing that we're talking about is this morning, I think it's on the front page of the paper, the first day of public hearing yesterday was already dicey, with people arguing back and forth about what we should do about cemeteries. What should we do about the cemetery on Guam, Tiguac Cemetery, where they are complaining that they literally have 8 lots available, 8 lots only available for burials. And they want to expand it and transfer something like 11 acres of public land so that we have more burial space, because the shortage is so bad that something has to be done immediately. So this measure would give the Department of Parks and Rec the authority to develop the area for additional burial plots, road access, maintenance, and long-term cemetery planning. They say there's only 8, so this is an urgent public service crisis. The cemetery is a government of Guam run burial site. It's the main one, as a matter of fact. So you can't turn anybody away when it comes to burying their loved one. And so this expansion is needed immediately in order to prevent a situation where you've got an emergency, where you've got more than 8 people in Guam who have passed away for a number of reasons. Let's just say, they passed away from natural causes, or you didn't expect it, a situation to happen and somebody dies suddenly. Right now, you can only bury 8 people. The rest of them have to go where? And that's what we do still on Guam. We still bury our dead. A lot of people don't actually dig up the ground to bury them, which takes up a lot more space if you put in a casket. And a lot of it, and for a long time it wasn't happening because I think that there was opposition from the church that you are to go out in full body tacked. And people were choosing to cremate their loved ones and bury them in these, urns that didn't take up as much space. This is why they built these crypts, the crypt system, where, I don't know, I call them condos really, but they're just like the crypt system where you can, on any wall that is erected, you can house a number of the deceased. Burial plots are an entirely different thing. So these lawmakers are supporting, the lawmakers that are supporting the bill say this is not an optional amenity. This is not like you if you don't like it, you can go someplace else. This is not optional. This is an essential government infrastructure. It's government run, so it should be run like an essential business, like an essential part of the government's functions. So the land that they're talking about is already under the control of the government, and it is more than appropriate and suitable for this. And the best part about it, I think, that the supporters of the bill are saying that it's not going to cost any more, and a new expansion of the facility is going to be more efficient than trying to get a brand new cemetery going. So this is, again, not an optional amenity, that this has to be done, and it should be done as soon as possible. And why we waited until we only had 8 plots available. Wow.
I'm getting cremated, so I'm good. I'm opting for cremation.
Can I have some?
Right? That's what I was thinking.
Are you like
I am
dice for rent?
Dude, no.
Dice for sale?
No, dude. No, I'm
Just
gonna
sell me
I'm gonna put
a vial.
No, yeah, like I was thinking.
Vials.
I'm gonna take all of my ashes, and because I saw it online. I saw it online, and they're making like really cool necklaces, and they're dropping like little bits and pieces of ashes in it. And there was an old lady, and she passed it out to all of her grandkids, and they were nice little stones that were created online. I was like, I'm doing that.
You gonna do that?
Well, because I got like 25 god kids, so I got to give them something when I'm gone, so that they're not naughty. So I make sure that they're
your
behaving.
essence is around their neck.
Yeah,
It's
hey,
like a
watch
noose.
it,
It's like a noose.
Yes, right. Be like,
you want to feel me?
Yeah.
Touch this thing right here. You better watch out.
Watch it. I'm watching you. So yeah, something like that. So that's what I'm opting for. And I won't do like any vials or anything like that. No, I'm gonna give it all out. All of my ashes, bones, my toes, everything. It's out. I got nice toes. First of all, I got nice toes.
I have not seen them yet.
That's okay.
Be the judge, but
yeah, that's good. I cannot with you. Anyways, yes. So that's my plan. My toes and all.
So
of my
you're going to
greatness.
think of me, assuming that I don't have to.
I'm telling
you,
you,
because I don't know about cremate. I don't know about
eyelashes
wanting to be cremated.
and all of my
you're
organs.
doing all that?
I signed the paper for my
organs
organ
to be
donating. I'm donating all of my organs, my eyes, my nose, Messiah. Just take it. It's for a good cause.
Okay, those are the parts that
Grab
are
a
not
part.
going to be cremated.
Yeah, grab a
it's
part.
It's
it's
a
all
full
yours.
on. It's a full-on flash sale.
Absolutely. Can you imagine someone taking my eyes? They gonna be sexy. They gonna be real sexy.
I would be afraid of what you've looked at in your life. It's like, I don't want to be a part of the things that Dice has looked at.
I mean, you're gonna have some. Look at these lashes. Who doesn't want these? You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna put a price on it. My ashes, I gotta put a price on it. Be like, you're going for the eyelashes.
You know, they say that when you take a person's body part,
What's
you
up?
sort of assume as part of their essence.
No, what?
Yeah.
No.
Like you take a person's heart.
Yeah?
Yeah. Do you remember that scary movie where somebody took somebody's something?
Okay.
Was it their eyes or something like that? And then all of these nightmares, because that person became what those eyes that were implanted. I don't know if it's possible to do eye transplants.
Okay.
I mean, I don't even know anything about it. I just remember it being a scary movie.
Okay.
Oh, that there was a part of them there, like their heart was just a mean heart.
real?
And they took, it was a movie.
Right? Yeah. Okay.
Well, I looked it up.
Wow. Okay.
I
What
looked
did
it
you
up.
find?
Well, they say that.
Right.
Let's
use Jeffrey Dahmer as an
let's
example.
just use my liver.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Which is now done and gone.
Right.
But I
Well,
assumed a
gosh.
part of, well,
Okay,
it is
fine.
gone.
Well, all right,
the one I
fine.
was born with. Sorry, Mom.
Jesus.
But
Well, there goes that. Okay, we got.
But I assumed Tia's.
Yes.
60% of her liver, right?
Nice and healthy.
She gave me, nice and healthy liver.
Taco lover, we've learned. I'm learning
Taco
about
lover,
you, Tia,
but
based
that,
on your
she
liver.
didn't. Yeah, she
Yes.
didn't. Apparently.
Okay.
So I said,
All right.
I've never eaten at Taco Bell like this.
I know that.
Like I crave Taco Bell, and the only thing I can think
for
of
breakfast. I love
I've given her tacos for breakfast. But what happened? What Tia?
Yes.
She called Taco Bell her kryptonite. This is well before any of this happened.
This is crazy.
That was like a thing she wanted. I mean, that's like all the time. She says that at night sometimes she would order it. She'd have it like she'll DoorDash it.
That's her fix.
And then she'll wake up in the morning and it's there and she'd forgotten that she'd actually ordered it.
That's her fix.
And Taco Bell sitting in her front porch.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, cold, but whatever. It's her loyalty to Taco Bell at late night.
And now you've adopted all of her
I
cravings.
when I started looking at Taco Bell, I was like, dang, this food is actually pretty good.
See?
I was probably going there more often than I needed to. So like a quick run or grab something to eat, I might go get a burrito or something like that, right? Taco Bell. Okay. And so I was telling her, I was like, do you believe that you can like assume somebody's vices or their habits or just the essence of their organ being in your body? And she's like, wow, I don't know. And I said, does this happen to you to that? And she's like, some of it. And if I'm only going to assume she likes Taco Bell, I like Taco Bell, that's not scientific research. So that's just whatever, a fluke. That means I'm eating something I never used to eat before, right? So I don't, but they do say that there are the essence of that organ and all of whatever, the DNA and all of the stuff.
Right.
I don't even know scientifically what to say about that. Okay. But there are people who report, and there are studies that have been done that say that they have taken up certain things about that person's personality that they'd never had before. They're wondering, I was reading one article where they were wondering why I'm doing this now, or how come I have an interest in that, only to find out that was a characteristic of the donor.
Wow.
It would be very hard for me to go before a world stage as a liver transplant recipient and try to tell them that I like Taco Bell and that's the basis of my scientific research.
Wow.
So I'm just letting it go.
Love
but
this.
I did watch that movie.
Okay.
Where the guy had some guy's heart or someone's eyes or something. What was the scary movie?
It's a
It
scary
was a horror movie.
Okay.
And he was a recipient of somebody's, somebody died.
Okay.
And he took their organ or something. It was the eyes or something.
Okay.
But I know. I know. It was in the movie. It was the eyes. I don't even know if that's possible. I've never heard of an eye transplant. I don't think you can do that.
You know, I'm giving bits and pieces of my heart and my brain to Department of Correction so they make better choices, have a better heart. What? Don't laugh. They're gonna that way when they come out, they're gonna be Patti. Just think about it.
I'm thinking. And making
stop
me laugh.
thinking about it. Change my mind. Don't think about it anymore. Never mind. Cancel.
She's giving lungs and heart to the prisoners.
To the prisoners, so they'll make better choices. They're gonna think about what they do. They're gonna be, maybe. Just a little bit.
I am so in
just
love
a little
with
tissue.
that idea.
Just a little tissue.
I just don't know what
tissue.
parts of my body would be resourceful
to the inmates,
to anyone.
Let's go through the magistrate's complaints, and I think we can find some interesting cases where, if you only had a brain. So I'm going to donate some of mine. I'm so sorry. I'm just saying some of these.
I don't think you can donate brains.
Look,
maybe that's what it was in the movie. It was a brain transplant.
Yeah.
It was like that. It was a movie, people. So calm down.
You look at some of these cases, it's like, what were you thinking? Like, you were not thinking about this before you decided to do that. It's like, I'm donating my brain. You are a recipient.
Yeah.
I'm going to write you down, sir.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to go through all the magistrate's complaints and be like, you know what? I got you on standby for my heart.
Well, you could start with Baby Joe Timing Low because Baby Joe Timing Low is like front and center for
what?
For allegedly hitting a woman and then punching out a guy who
Patty,
tried to
now you just spread
intervene.
rumors.
No, it was a magistrate's complaint.
Baby Joe?
You know Baby Joe
Yes,
Timinglow?
the MMA fighter.
Yeah.
No.
Well, he's actually awaiting trial on another felony, but and a drug felony charge. But then this was a situation where he'd hit a woman, apparently according to court documents, and then somebody came to intervene and got punched out and said he was like 68 years old, and he said, "I'm old. I can't go up against an MMA fighter." But he gave it a heroic chance to do so. And that one is tough to watch. I mean, I know that Baby Joe Timinglow has had, a reputation, but my encounter with him early in his career was actually very respectful. So, people fall into trouble all the time. He was one of the kids that I tried to pay years ago.
I know
to
Baby
stand in line for me at Ross.
Right.
Like they were in line, and I said, "I'll pay you $5 if you guys purchase this for me."
Right
like
on.
here's my stuff. They were so sweet to do it. They did it.
I got
and
you.
Baby Joe Timinglow was one of them. One of the kids that said, "Don't you worry, sign now."
Right, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, wait, not
Yeah.
Baby Joe. This is the
Yeah.
Baby Joe, not Baby Joe.
Yeah, he's run into some problems. So
Wrong turn.
wrong
baby
turn.
Joe,
So
wrong
he could
turn,
use
wrong turn.
he could use your eyes
He could.
or your lungs.
You know what?
Or one other part of your body.
It's on standby, Baby Joe. I got you.
It's time to take a break. Thank God. 9:42. We'll be right back.
Just moved to Guam? Welcome to paradise. Let the GuamGuide.com be your ultimate island guide. From first-time tips to hidden gems, we've got it all. Visit us at theguamguide.com and connect with us on Instagram at The Guam Guide.
Let's boogie at the Guam International Dance Festival from December 5th through the 7th with over 20 competing dance groups from Japan, Taiwan, Malaysia, Korea, and Guam. The festival features 2 competition categories, cultural and contemporary, showcasing diversity, movement, and artistry from Guam and across the region. Plus, celebrity judges, master classes, and a special performance by K-pop dance sensation Enfer. You don't want to miss this one. Details at visitguam.com and follow Visit Guam on socials. Guam International Dance Festival is a GVB signature
This
event.
holiday season, Subway turns up the crave with the limited time festive flavors collection. A lineup of 3 bold sub rings in beloved holiday flavors in handhelds with Subway's extra festive stuffing and cranberry sauce. Take a bite on the wild side with the Turhampton, oven roasted turkey, ham, tender rotisserie style chicken layered with Monterey cheddar, herb stuffing, onion, sweet cranberry sauce, and mayo. Served on hearty multigrain bread. Or set the Friendsgiving feast abuzz with the festive turkey and the festive chicken. Put a fresh twist on holiday feasting. Only at Subway. Eat fresh, feel good.
Anything's possible. I push to the limits. I climb every wall. I keep on believing. Anything's possible.
If there's one thing we've learned, it's never to underestimate the spirit and strength of the people of our island home. Which is why at Bank of Hawaii, you, your dreams, and your possibilities will always have a home. Reach your possible with Bank of Hawaii. Member FDIC.
Parents, do you notice if your child is having trouble with talking, learning, or avoids eye contact and social interaction? Your child may show signs of autism. If you have a concern with your child's development, call 311 Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. excluding holidays. Connect early for your child to receive the services they need. This early childhood ad is made possible through funding of the Administration for Children and Families via the Guam Department of Public Health and Social Services Division of Children's Wellness.
This holiday season, Chili's is making celebrations easier and tastier. Every platter you order comes with a free chips and salsa appetizer. Whether you're hosting a party or just craving bold flavors, Chili's has got you covered. Only at Chili's. Great value and memories happen here.
Every company needs money for investments to help grow a working capital to take on today's economy. That's why Bank Pacific's commercial loan officers stand ready to help you. We offer several programs tailored to assist companies to get to the next step, or perhaps for a startup, including working with SBA and GITA. Bank Pacific. And we want to be your partner. Equal opportunity lender. Credit conditions apply.
Burger King's double cheeseburger line is here. the Classic Double, Bacon Double, and Rodeo Double. The Classic features 2 flame grilled beef topped with pickles, ketchup, mustard, and melty American cheese on a warm sesame seed bun. The Bacon has pickles, ketchup, mustard, melty American cheese, and crispy savory bacon. And the Rodeo, filled with melty American cheese, tangy barbecue sauce, and onion rings. Make it a meal with cheesy tots and a refreshing Coca-Cola. BK's new double cheeseburgers, available for a limited time only at BK. You rule.
One pill can kill. Fake pills often contain fentanyl. It only takes 2 milligrams of fentanyl equivalent to a few grains of salt to be lethal. Fake pills are often sold on social media platforms, making them available to anyone with a smartphone.
Talk early and often to youth about the dangers of misusing prescription drugs and the lethal dangers of counterfeit drugs laced with fentanyl.
Stay informed, stay safe. One pill can kill.
This public service announcement is brought to you by the radio stations of Glimpses Media Group, Wave 105 FM and Power 98. No snow, and that's okay by me. Have a warm and happy holiday from Wave 105 FM.
So yesterday, coming through, boy, we have an issue. Coming through, going to Saipan.
Going to Saipan, gotcha.
There's always a problem trying to do the customs form.
Customs online.
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay.
It's all. I think I might have found the way that I had done it wrong. I did it 12 times on the plane. At the on Guam on the tarmac before we took off. 12 attempts to declare, make the declaration, and I kept getting stuck on this part where it said, "What age are you?" or "What's your birthday?" What age are you? Yeah,
21.
What's your actual
Put it down.
age? Yeah,
21.
Couldn't even lie because in the beginning of the application of the declaration, they already ask you what your birth date is.
Okay.
And then at the bottom during the part where it's the survey,
yes,
you're required to do that survey. You have to do the survey at the end after you've made your declaration and then you've attested that is true. All the information is true and correct. They go to the next screen, which is a survey.
What are you here for?
What are you here for? How many nights are you staying? What's your address? Where are you staying? You know, are you bringing any of this stuff in? You know, that kind of stuff. No, actually not if you're bringing anything, but it's like, what are you here for? And how many trips have you taken? That kind of thing.
Yeah.
At the second to the last, it asks what your age is.
Okay.
So I try to put my age and it won't light up. It won't do anything. It's just a blank piece of, there's just a blank window. And then the next one was something like what's your profession, and then it gives you all these different categories, right? So I did everything. I couldn't do the age thing, and then I got caught. And I just got caught in it. And so when I got to Saipan, I said, "I'm so sorry, I can't do it." He's like, "Yeah, you're like passenger number 6,000. We have a problem on this customs form." So then yesterday, when I was leaving on Saturday, I tried to do the same thing, but I was doing it on the tarmac again. I started it actually when I was at home. And I couldn't get through the certain part. So I got to the airport, tried it again, and it didn't work. And then finally, I thought, I think I'm missing information. I went through every single question, and I said, okay, I answered it. There was a part that says, what is your length of stay?
Okay, yeah.
In Saipan, right? In Tinian,
right?
In Rota.
Yes.
What did I put? I did length of stay 2 nights, CNMI, right? I mean, Saipan. And then I didn't fill out Tinian and Rota. I didn't put anything in there.
Okay.
I didn't fill in the blank.
Right.
So what I was like, am I supposed to do that? And me and Carl were talking about it. I said, okay, let me just put because it says also NA, like as in not available, right? So I just put NA on Tinian and Rhoda. Like I'm not going to either one. So, but I had to fill it out. Boom, that was the answer.
That
was all I needed to do. Patty, maybe that's what other people are doing wrong.
I could have helped you.
Guess so.
I could.
Jeez.
I like how you're so honest because I'd be lying on mine. I know
Dude, you can't lie on your declaration.
Patty,
maybe the survey.
They're like, how much are your shoes? $35,000 a pair.
Oh yeah, I see that. Yeah,
Know,
Yeah, I'm always gonna.
My goods are good.
Yeah, it's a none of your business answer. Is what that is.
Expensive goods on board.
Tell me.
Come on now.
Okay.
How
yeah.
long does my state be like, dog? You know I live here.
No, because then when you lie. Right. So okay, so this is what happened.
Go ahead.
So on the way back again yesterday morning, I did the same thing.
You don't have like a descent or indigenous card? Sorry, I'm sorry.
Indigenous to America card?
No, like
that's all that is. Indigenous America
card. You don't have
card?
like a Guam descent or a Guam? No, nothing. You guys?
Oh, because you're CNMI resident, so everywhere you go, you have protections.
No, but we do. We have an indigenous card for the CNMI and a Marianas descent card, and we just show it at the airport.
Oh, because I'm not
stopping. Okay, I got you.
No, because I'm not indigenous to the CNMI, to Saipan.
No, but
maybe
like
that's why I don't have the card.
on
You're
Guam,
Commonwealth.
On Guam, girl, this is your island, girl. You don't have.
Well,
this is your island out. You guys don't have like a right. This is
no, never.
Okay.
No.
What percentage are you tomorrow?
Half. Well, 3/4.
Okay. I got you. I'm following now.
The other quarter is the Arroyo side.
Got it. Okay. All right.
So
Keep
on the
going.
way back,
Yeah.
I did another thing,
All right,
and they
let's go.
ask you carrying any of this, you get, all those things.
Okay.
More than $5,000 in cash. I'm like, does anybody?
Okay.
Wow. More than $10,000 in cash.
Nosy
Does
much,
anybody do that?
right?
I know. Hello. Have you ever caught anybody doing that?
Right.
And so I get to Guam, I fill out the form, and I'm ready.
Yeah.
He's like, did you do the QR? And I hold my phone up,
sure.
Sir, I am prepared, because I also didn't check any bags, so I'm just walking right out of the airport, right?
Got it.
So the guy is talking to me and asking me all these, questions and whatever. Sees my passport, and so far so good. And I was carrying a prescription drug, and they ask you if you're carrying any prescription drugs. And I am. Some of them are already in pill containers, but I don't have the actual thing with me. But one of them I actually did have the original packaging for this
We're talking about the Vicodin?
Was it Vicodin?
I just asked what you want.
Yeah, no.
Girl?
Was it Vicodin or was that Xanax?
Let's go. Let's get it. Okay, but
it was that. So anyway, I did that. I declared it.
Okay.
So he starts a line of questioning. Are you carrying any alcohol? I said, no. He said, are you carrying any tobacco? I said, no, I'm not. And then he starts along the same thing. Are you carrying this? Are you carrying that? And I was like, of course. I'm like, he goes, what kind of medicine is it that you're carrying? I told him what it was. He goes, is it actually in the pill bottle? I'm like, this is taking too long.
Oh, so all of your medication needs to be noted.
Well, if it
is that a,
I mean, I don't. I have them in a pill box because they're already portioned out for the time of day that I have to take it. This is for the rest of my life, so I don't carry all of the pills around. This one particular pill I did carry around. So, and I didn't even need it. I just it's a backup. Anyway,
I got it. Okay.
He's asking me the questions, and I then finally turned to it, and I said very kindly, because I'm standing in front of a customs officer. No time to be stupid. You want to stay here longer? We'll make a reason. We'll give you a reason to, ma'am. Do you like the airport? Because you're going to stay another 10 minutes or 20 minutes because you're a smarty pants.
Don't
right?
test him, Pat.
Don't test him. I am
Do
smart like
not
that.
Test him. Okay.
So I said, does this not show up on my declaration form that I filled out online? My question was, did I screw it up? That was what I was asking. Like, oh my God, did I think I did it and I didn't? Was there information that I skipped right over? Because it went down the list, like it was on the declaration. I'm like, oh, maybe I didn't fill it. I said, is this showing up on the computer at all? And he shoots a look at me and he said, ma'am. Oh. He was very serious. He was serious, Simon. He said, ma'am, yes, it is showing up. But we do like to ask the question of these travelers, because sometimes they don't declare things, or sometimes they lie.
Yes.
And I'm like, I am not lying. I mean, I didn't say that to him, but there are certain things that you don't lie about when it's, you don't, I mean, listen, okay, I am 5'7" and I weigh 135 pounds. That's what it says on my driver's license. That was a lie.
Oh, here we go.
And it started because I was trying to impress the person who was doing the original vital statistics. And of course, he looked at me up and down and was like, you were 1.7 and you definitely aren't 135 pounds. But anyway, for the sake of the conversation, I was that day.
I got
and
you.
so, note to self, you can be double checked even after you have given all of the correct information. And when you attest to something, you're telling them, I swear I'm telling the truth. And that is something that is usable in, you know, if you're caught lying. So I just say, don't lie. First of all, you're going to be there longer than you want. Right. So don't lie. If you have prescription medicine, it's no big deal if you're taking prescription medicine that's in your name, right?
Leave it on the belt. I leave them on the belt. They'll be like, is that your stuff? No, I'm not carrying it. I already brought it in. They're going to come and pick it up. I leave it on the belt.
Honesty
leave 'em on the belt.
sometimes will not get you what you want. Like the last time I went to Saipan and I brought in a mango.
Yeah.
And good Lord, you'd think I was carrying ice.
Hey.
They confiscated that thing so fast.
Don't do it,
I
buddy.
was so mad. I almost had words.
Don't
I almost
touch
had words. I'm like, you know, my cousin Patrick, this came from his tree in Saipan. And he dropped a whole bunch off, and I really wanted to take this. And I really wanted to take one of these because it looked like it was just going to be perfect when I got home. And I declared the dang thing.
I feel you.
They told me not to. Everybody was like, don't declare it. And I declared it, and they took it away. And I said, just out of curiosity, what were you going to do with that mango?
Right.
And that apparently was a smart aleck move. And the lady said, well, we take it because they have found these small bugs that cannot be seen with the naked eye. In this mango, the skin, the mango, and there's no leaves or anything. The stem, they're like,
there's something there.
There's something there. I'm looking at her like, please. I could have brought one extra for you if that's what you wanted, but you know, I'm kind of like looking at her like I don't believe her. Right on. I'm like, I almost said enjoy the mango, but I knew better. And as it turns out, about a week later in the newspaper, there was a story about it. Some bugs that can't be seen with the naked eye that's coming from the CNMI. Yeah, so, you know, word to the wise, tell the truth.
Tell the truth.
You know,
Like,
be
hey,
kind to your
what do you
customs
have?
officers.
Yeah, tell the truth.
Don't mess around. And if you are going through TSA, beginning soon, if not already, or at the beginning of the year, something, they will charge you $45 if you do not have a real ID when you're traveling. TSA will charge you a $45 fee if you're trying to use your driver's license to get, and it doesn't have real ID, this gold star on the right. Unless you're using a passport, then they can't charge you. But they will charge you $45.
I got passports.
Yeah, passport is the best way to go, especially for us in Guam, because that you know you can pretty much go anywhere. But just
Are you using real ID or a passport?
I use my passport.
Okay, you're right. It's so much easier.
Yeah, I mean, it's whatever. Yeah.
Right. You got the passport and the passport IDs, right?
I don't. I really wanted to do the passport ID.
Patti.
No, I don't have one.
You
but
carry around that big ugly blue thing? It's 2025.
How much is it?
I don't know.
February 1st is when this is going into effect.
Wow, no, get the small.
I know, the card.
Yes.
Knowing me, I'd lose it.
It's wonderful, Patti. But like, ID, what?
Yeah, but I don't use it. I don't use it only when I travel. And when I travel, I have it in a, I know where that passport is. I know where it is exactly on my desk.
As much traveling as you got right now, I'm only picturing your mileage right now. I'm like, she probably got like 11 round trip tickets to Paris by now. Like, I can see this. 11 round trip tickets.
Girl, we got to go.
What?
Cops are coming in.
I'm so sorry.
10 o'clock in the morning, KGUM, FM, and Diddy Guam. Have a good one. Catch Dice on Power 98. Love you. Bye.
waters off Venezuela. CBS's Stacey Lynn.
Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt defended the second strike on the suspected drug boat on September 2nd.
The strike was conducted in international waters and in accordance with the law of armed conflict.
She said Secretary Hegseth authorized the head of U.S. Special Operations Command to conduct the strike.
Admiral Bradley worked well with